Welcome to the East Lansing City Council discussion only meeting of December 16th, 2025. The meeting will now come to order. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Councilmember Singh.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby.
Here.
Mayor Altman.
Here. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Meadows,
Second.
second by Singh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved. Communications from the audience. Kath Edsel.
Good evening. A number of us have come before you over the last couple of months with concerns about racism in our police department, and we feel like we're not being heard. And it's frustrating when we have leaders such as the president of the NAACP, Harold Pope, offering to work with you guys and no one reaches out to him. When we have leaders like Kaja Erickson and Tajmika Torak and Nadia Sellers from different organizations, and we're just being ignored. And so instead of making prepared statements, some of us have come up with an alternative. Mr. Altman, you said that at one point in time you didn't need DEI, and Mr. Meadows, at one point in time you told me that policing did not evolve out of slave patrols. And so, since we aren't the experts, we're going to turn to the experts and we're going to read and we're going to educate. And so I'm going to start with a book, New York Times bestseller book, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander, and I will start reading and we will pass this on and we will continue this as the education of East Lansing evolves. Chapter 1, The Rebirth of Caste. The slave went free, stood a brief moment in the sun, then moved back again towards slavery. W.E.B. Du Bois, Black Reconstruction in America. For more than 100 years, scholars have written about the illusory nature of the Emancipation Proclamation. President Abraham Lincoln issued a declaration purporting to free slaves held in Southern Confederate states, but not a single black slave was actually free to walk away from a master in those states as a result. A civil war had to be won first, hundreds of thousands of lives lost, and then, only then, were slaves across the South set free. Even that freedom proved illusory, though. As W.E.B. Du Bois eloquently reminds us, former slaves had a brief moment in the sun before they were returned to the status akin to slavery. Constitutional amendments guaranteed African Americans equal protection under the law, and the right to vote proved as impotent as the Emancipation Proclamation once a white backlash against Reconstruction gained steam. Black people found themselves yet again powerless and relegated to convict leasing camps that were in many ways worse than slavery. Sunshine gave way to darkness and the Jim Crow system of segregation emerged, a system that put black people nearly back where they began in a subordinate racial caste. Few find it surprising that Jim Crow arose following the collapse of slavery. The development is described in history books as regrettable but predictable, given the virulent racism that gripped the South and the political dynamics of the time. What is remarkable is that hardly anyone seems to imagine that similar political dynamics may have produced another caste system in the years that following the collapse of Jim Crow, one that exists today. The story that is told during Black History Month is one of triumph. The system of racial caste is officially dead and buried. Suggestions to the contrary are frequently met with shocked disbelief. The standard reply is, how can you say that there is a racial caste system exists today? Just look at Barack Obama. Just look at Oprah Winfrey. The fact that some African Americans have experienced great success in recent years does not mean that something akin to a racial caste system no longer exists. No caste system in the United States has ever governed all black people. There have always been free blacks and black success stories, even during slavery and Jim Crow. The superlative nature of individual black achievement today in formerly white domains is a good indicator that old Jim Crow is dead, but it does not necessarily mean the end of racial caste. If history is any guide, it may have simply taken a different form. Any candid observer of American racial history must acknowledge that racism is highly adaptable. The rules and reasons the political system employs to enforce status relations of any kind, including racial hierarchy, evolve and change as they are challenged. The valiant efforts to abolish slavery and Jim Crow and to achieve greater racial equality have brought before significant changes in the legal framework of American society, new rules of the game, so to speak. These new rules have been justified by new rhetoric, new language, and new social consensus, while producing many of the same results. This dynamic, which legal scholar Reva Siegel has dubbed preservation through transformation, is the process through which white privilege is maintained, though the rules and rhetoric change.
Remaining.
This process, though difficult to recognize at any given moment, is easier to see in retrospect. Since the nation's founding, African Americans repeatedly have been controlled through institutions such as slavery and Jim Crow, which appear to die, but then are reborn in new form, tailored to the needs and constraints of the time. As described in the pages that follow, there is a certain pattern to this cycle. Following the collapse of each system of control, there have been a period of confusion, transition, in which those who were most committed to racial hierarchy search for new means to achieve their goals.
Comments. Nadia Sellers.
Thank you for having me. As uncomfortable as you guys are sitting there listening to us week after week, I'm equally as uncomfortable being here week after week. Because I'm fighting for justice, and really fighting for justice in 2025, it shouldn't be this hard. But you people up there, you're making it hard. You're making it hard for our children, you're making it hard for our children's children, and you're making it hard for us. We're supposed to be a nation of compassion, but instead, this body, your chief, seems to take on a MAGA view, a view that really does not belong here. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. George Orwell. Dr. King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. He said, darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. He said, I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. He said, I have a dream that my 4 little children would come with one day live in a nation where they would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character, the way we are judging you all today. King said, true peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. Deny, deny, deny. Robert Bellman, pages and pages of denies from the city of East Lansing's attorney, even though in the case of Smith and Woods, everything is on video for the world to see. What are you denying? Robert Bellman, Jim Brown said, a disproportionate number of minorities come into the community and commit crimes. WLNS covered her statements. Mr. Bellman, you are a liar, a point-blank liar. You said you didn't agree with Chief Brown's statement. You told me that to my face, and I was smart enough to record it on tape. Jen Brown made that statement on the advice of you and the city attorney to the media. Now in the federal court, your documents states you deny she ever said it, even after her fake attempt to apologize. That's, by the way, in the press too. So I guess you're calling the media liars. Jen Brown is a wannabe Trump puppet. But this isn't Washington, D.C. This is the city of East Lansing, and we don't play that here. Her MAGA views, maybe some of your MAGA views, the hateful rhetoric, the ignorance, that belongs someplace else, not in a community, especially one as diverse as East Lansing, and definitely not rhetoric that should come from your chief of police. You guys are grown adults. You're educated. You're smart. Some of you are people of color. Some of you may be mixed with color. Hell, I don't know. I can just go by what I see. But I know you're better than that. I know when you go home and look yourself in the mirror, you know you're better than that. Mr. Altman, I've asked you time and time again, are you a racist? The residents of East Lansing have the right to know if they elected a mayor for white people or for all people. Are you a racist, Mr. Altman? I can't call you mayor because I don't have enough respect for you to do that. I will continue to ask you the same question until you denounce the hateful, divisive rhetoric spoken by your chief of police. I've spoken to your students, Mr. Altman. I've spoken to some of your colleagues. Some of them said, I don't know, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But I can tell you right now, last time I was here, a white man stood right at this podium and you communicated with him. But as a black female, when I stood here, you wouldn't communicate with me. So I don't know. Are you a racist, Mr. Altman? When you're ready to answer that question, you can do so in private with me. You can do so in the mirror, looking back at yourself. But I hope you do it in public because other people are watching. As uncomfortable as it is for you all to sit there and hear us, I'm equally uncomfortable to stand here time and time again. Thank you.
Josh Hewitt.
Hello, everyone. At the June 11th, 2024 City Council meeting, while discussing the rental housing ordinance, Eric Altman said, and I quote, "I also wanted to address what I'm afraid is becoming a public health issue here in the city. We now have dozens, possibly more people in the city believing incorrectly that they can't age in place. We heard from a speaker at the podium last week as an 82-year-old man who was living alone and thinking about his future needs and told us that under his understanding, under East Lansing City Code, he couldn't have a caregiver live with him, which is wrong. And we heard a speaker heard today say the same thing, which is also wrong. And this confusion would not exist if it were not for this charter amendment campaign. This is about misinformation being spread by people for a political purpose. And that's a tragedy, but it's also a public health issue. I think becoming a public health issue. And on those grounds, we have an opportunity and an obligation to do something about it." End quote. The city also declared racism a public health issue, which sent the message that there would be thoughtful and responsive action to ensure that marginalized groups would be treated equally. As a representative of the city, you should advocate for everyone in our community and not pick and choose which critical issues you want to take action on. What happened to those two young men downtown is reflective of a public health issue. And I will use your words, Eric Altman. You have an opportunity and an obligation to do something about it. At the June 4th, 2024 City Council meeting, while discussing again the housing ordinance, Eric Altman said, and I quote, "I want to thank Mr. Rittenberg for his comments and take the opportunity to clarify his actual situation because his comments really illustrate the depth of the misinformation that is circulating here. It's really quite terrible, and in fact, I would say it's deplorable. And to the people who are circulating this misinformation, I would say welcome to the basket of deplorables." End quote. Jen Brown has lied and circulated misinformation. Eric, will you also welcome her to the basket of the deplorables? You may not only be coming across as hypocritical, but also as extremely unethical. Lastly, I'd like to say that criminalizing homelessness is not the answer. We need to invest resources to further analyze the problem, include actual experts in the field, and come up with solutions that are just and humane. As described in the pages that follow, there's a certain pattern to this cycle. Following the collapse of each system of control, there has been a period of confusion, transition, in which those who are most committed to racial hierarchy search for new means to achieve their goals within the rules of the game as currently defined. It is during this period of uncertainty that the backlash intensifies, and a new form of radicalized social control begins to take hold. The adoption of the new system of control is never inevitable, but to date it has never been avoided. The most ardent proponents of racial hierarchy have consistently succeeded in implementing new racial caste systems by triggering a collapse of resistance across the political spectrum. This feat has been achieved largely by appealing to the racism and vulnerability of lower-class whites, a group of people who are understandably eager to ensure that they never find themselves trapped at the bottom of the American hierarchy. The emergence of each new system of control may seem sudden, but history shows that the seeds are planted long before each new institution begins to grow. For example, although it is common to think of the Jim Crow regime following immediately on the heels of Reconstruction, the truth is more complicated. And while it is generally believed that the backlash against the civil rights movement is defined primarily by the rollback of affirmative action and the undermining of federal civil rights legislation by a hostile judiciary, the seeds of the new system of control, mass incarceration, were planted during the civil rights movement itself, when it became clear that the old caste system was crumbling and a new one would have to take its place. With each reincarnation of racial caste, the new system, as sociologist Loic Waquant puts it, is less total, less capable of encompassing and controlling the entire race. However, any notion this evolution reflects some kind of linear progress
You have 30 seconds
would be misguided,
remaining.
for it is not at all obvious that it would be better to be incarcerated for life for a minor drug offense than to live with one's family earning an honest wage under the Jim Crow regime, notwithstanding the ever-present threat of the Klan. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Zwickel.
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 Hi, thanks for the chance to speak. My name is Sarah Zwickel, and I'm here standing with my good friends and neighbors, Joshua, Barb, Corey. And gosh, we've been neighbors for 12 years. I have 2 kids that go to McDonald Middle School. My husband walks through downtown every day to go to work. I've volunteered with organizations that support unhoused individuals. We met their daily needs, shower, food, laundry, so that they could get the energy they needed to address some deeper needs, their well-being physically, mentally, spiritually. Now is not the time to tell an unhoused person that this public space is off limits when there's nowhere else to go in East Lansing. If it's a matter of resources, incarceration costs the city money too. Money indicates where your values lie. Value people. Value human rights, value dignity in East Lansing. The solution that is proposed is ineffective and unimaginative. I live a block from here. 8 years ago, I planted 2 apple trees in our backyard. Since then, we have harvested just 4 edible apples. It doesn't do me any good to demand they give me more apples when I haven't done my best to discover and provide what they need in order to flourish: nutrients, minerals, compost, sunshine, love, dignity. I have lost our place. Thank you. I'm going to continue reading from The New Jim Crow, The Birth of Slavery. Back there, before Jim Crow, before the invention of the Negro or the white man or the words and concepts to describe them, the colonial population consisted largely of a great mass of white and black bondsmen who occupied roughly the same economic category and were treated with equal contempt by the lords of the plantations and legislatures. Curiously unconcerned about their color, these people worked together and relaxed together. Lerone Bennett Jr. The concept of race is a relatively recent development. Only in the past few centuries, owing largely to European imperialism, have the world's people been classified along racial lines. Here in America, the idea of race emerged as a means of reconciling chattel slavery, as well as the extermination of American Indians, with the ideals of freedom preached by whites in the new colonies. In the early colonial period, when settlements remained relatively small, indentured servitude was the dominant means of securing cheap labor. Under this system, whites and blacks struggled to survive against a common enemy, what historian Lerone Bennett Jr. describes as the big planter apparatus, and a social system that legalized terror against black and white bondsmen. Initially, blacks brought to this country were not all enslaved. Many were treated as indentured servants. As plantation farming expanded, particularly tobacco and cotton, demand increased greatly for both labor and land. The demand for land was met by invading and conquering larger and larger swaths of territory. American Indians became a growing impediment to white European progress. And during this period, the images of American Indians promoted in books, newspapers, and magazines became increasingly negative. As sociologists Keith Kilty and Eric Swank have observed, eliminating savages is less of a moral problem than eliminating human beings. And therefore, American Indians came to be understood as a lesser race, uncivilized savages, thus providing a justification for the extermination of the native peoples. The growing demand for labor on plantations was met through slavery. American Indians were considered unsuitable as slaves, largely because native tribes were clearly in a position to fight back. The fear of raids by Indian tribes led plantation owners to grasp for an alternative source of free labor. European immigrants were also deemed poor candidates for slavery, not because of their race, but rather because they were in short supply. And enslavement would, quite naturally, interfere with voluntary immigration to the new colonies. Plantation owners thus viewed Africans, who were relatively
You have 30
powerless,
seconds remaining.
as the ideal slaves. The systematic enslavement of Africans and the rearing of their children under bondage emerged with all deliberate speed, quickened by events such as Bacon's Rebellion. Nathaniel Bacon was a white property owner in Jamestown, Virginia, who managed to unite slaves, indentured servants, and poor whites in a revolutionary effort to overthrow the planter elite. Although slaves clearly occupied the lowest position in the social hierarchy and suffered the most under the plantation system, the condition of indentured whites was barely better, and the majority of free whites lived in extreme poverty.
Thank you for your comments. Ernest Connerly.
You know, I thought my days in the classroom were long behind me, having given a history lesson in a long time. I never thought I would be giving one to the city council and the city manager, but it seems that we have to do this. I do want to start off before I read this, and I've taught this to students, by saying, you know, there's a few of you that I expect better from, just knowing who you are as people and how long you've been in this community. Some of you I'm not surprised by your actions because it's rooted in who you are, and it was rooted in you when I first got here. But a few of you I expect better, especially you, Mark. I've had great conversations with you, and I expect better. I never thought we would get to a place where we're doing this. And to you, Mr. Bellman, I hope that you're looking to your neighbors about how to hold chiefs accountable when they cost the city money, when they do bad things, you know, cause discrimination, for which your employee is going to cost the city money. And I heard you, Carrie, say that you, when the new council came, that you have to currently deal with some bad choices of the previous council when it comes to lawsuits. And so I would hope that we don't have to repeat that same sentiment going forward, that bad decisions by certain people will be costing the city money. I don't think a city that says we don't have money can afford to keep paying out lawsuits. Since I've been here for 12 years, that seems to be the story of East Lansing, is we get sued and we pay out. And so we're not very good at this. We keep losing, and I suspect that we probably will lose this one too, based on the answers for which the attorneys gave to the complaints, to deny that what the world has seen on video is not happening. So I just wanted to say that as I continue the progress of giving you a history lesson until somebody has the courage to say anything, you know, when it comes to disrespecting people. As I told you, you know, black people have died for hundreds of years because of white lies, and I would hate to see Jim Brown's lies cause somebody to die, especially young black men. But I shall read. As explained by historians Edmund Morgan in colonies like Virginia, the planters' elites with huge land grants occupied a vastly superior position to workers of all colors. Southern colonies did not hesitate to invent ways to extend the terms of servitude, and the planters' class accumulated uncultivated lands to restrict the options of free workers. The simmering resentment against the planters' class created conditions that were ripe for revolt. Varying accounts of Bacon's rebellion abound, but the basic facts and these are these. Bacon developed a plan in 1675 to seize Native Americans' lands in order to acquire more property for himself and others to nullify the lands of Indian raids. When the planters' elites in Virginia refused to provide militia support for his scheme, Bacon retaliated, leading an attack on the elites, their homes, and their property. He openly condemned the rich for their oppression of the poor and inspired an alliance of white and black bond laborers as well as slaves who demanded an end to their servitude. The attempted revolution was ended by force and false promises of amnesty. The number of people who participated in the revolt were hanged. The event in Jamestown were alarming to the planters' elites, who were deeply fearful for the multi-racial alliances of bonded workers and slaves. Words of Bacon's rebellion spread it far and wide, and several more uprisings of a similar type followed. In an effort to protect their superior status and economic position, the planters shifted their strategy for maintaining dominance. They abandoned their heavy reliance on indentured servants in favor of importation of more black slaves instead of importing English-speaking slaves from the West Indies who were more likely to be familiar with European language and culture. Many more slaves were shipped directly from Africa. These slaves would be far easier to control and far less to form alliances with poor whites. Fearful that such measures might not be sufficient to protect their interests, the planters' class took an additional precautionary step, a step that would later come to be known as racial bribes. Deliberately and strategically, the planters' class extended
You have
special
30
privileges
seconds
to
remaining.
poor whites in an effort to drive a wedge between them and black slaves. The most important part to that is this idea that they're second-class citizens, and it seems to me that this council wants to create second-class citizens out of poor white trash homeless people and college students who are having fun downtown because it suits the needs of the elites who own businesses and the people who choose to live in a loft on top of a department store where there's 5 bars across
Thank
the
you
street
for your
from them.
comments.
So-
Your time has expired. Jennifer Venn.
Good evening, East Lansing and the city and the members of the City Council. My name is Jennifer Venn, and I stand before you tonight because public safety has failed. When public safety fails, trust collapses. I want to begin this with a direct quote from what we are very much upset by. Jen Brown, after an incident on October 25th, came on the news. August 25th, came on the news. Jeez. Sorry. Stating a disproportionate number of minorities come into our community and commit crimes. East Lansing also had their statistics came out and their data come out stating that East Lansing uses 34% of force on our citizens, which is less compared to the national average in America. I think that really speaks to the crisis of this incident because we are facing an apathy epidemic on why this is such a big issue. East Lansing reportedly has less violence used on our residents than most cities in the country, yet we're having to debate the legalities and the moralities of the violence that were used against 2 young men in East Lansing. I would like to begin with a concerning observation. We are forced to advocate why the unnecessary use of violence on a law-abiding citizen is wrong. The police are meant to protect. They are meant to be an institution of safety. When the people see the police, they should feel safer, not fearful, not targeted, and not traumatized. What happened on October 24th represents the opposite of protection. On that night, the police weaponized violence against 2 young men, one of whom, Lonnie Smith, was already doing what was expected from a responsible citizen, trying to keep the peace. He was not escalating the situation. He was not committing a crime. He was exercising his civic duty as a resident of the community. And yet, while being supported and while being supportive, he was bullied and physically maimed and denied medical aid. This is not policing. This is failure of the police department. And yes, Lonnie Smith is a young black man. Yes, race does matter, because according to the data, East Lansing, we have a lower statistics of crime to our citizens. So why was unnecessary crime and violence committed against 2 young black men? And we have to be conscious of the historic context of East Lansing and currently in America. I want to be very clear when I say something. Before race even enters the conversation, it is my clear objective of the policing and the policies and policing that is set in order for people. The police is meant to protect the people and to keep the peace. Those 2 clear objectives were failed that night. They are trained in situations to de-escalate. Pulling out mace on 2 unarmed men, young men, should never have happened. That is not protocol, and is not in policy. There was no meaningful attempt to de-escalate. There is no proportional response. After violence was used, medical aid was refused. Again, another violation of policy that you guys put in place. These are policies that they are violating against the city council. Instead of transparency, we saw deflection. Instead of accountability, we were given silence. Instead of the care for the people harmed, we saw what appears to be a cover-up of misconduct. This is how trust is destroyed. The trust that you guys have worked very hard to establish with us and the residents of your community. But in this entire system, we are not supposed to have to oversee them. We are not meant to police the police. Yet we are forced to have to advocate when they step out of line and violate policies that we have all helped to put in place. You cannot claim to care about the youth, care about the community, and care about East Lansing,
You have 30 seconds remaining.
while simultaneously protecting those who harm the youth, harm East Lansing. We cannot talk about public safety while criminalizing people, young black people, for existing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the audience that might like to speak, please approach the podium. Okay, seeing none, communication from council members. Starting to my right tonight, Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby.
Thank you. I want to thank people that spoke tonight in regards to the issues that we've been hearing about, issues that we're dealing with, the issues that we're working on when it comes to the public comment. I wasn't going to really go in depth this evening in regards to some things I'm going to say here, and I apologize because I will be speaking for a little bit here in regards to where I stand, what's important, and how the process that I'm working with is going to be laid out by myself and my actions. Again, I want to acknowledge tonight the conversation and the emotions in the room. We have some serious accusations, and when you have accusations that include racism and you demand for the strongest possible outcomes, that really reflects how deep the pain and frustration runs for some in our community. When you're pulled toward 2 extremes, with one moving straight to condemnation and one side on the other side who shuts down with protective shutdown, it's really difficult when both those extremes take over, and people stop listening and hearing each other. And tonight, I'm asking everyone to stay in the work with us. Let us, the process run. Let's keep showing up as you are to council. and let's hold the outcomes that we can see and measure as a goal going forward. The data and the records we have reviewed show increases of use of force, and that's something that we're going to be working on. It's something that myself started right there at that podium, speaking on issues, advocating for different things that were wrong in our community. And I like to think that I had a lot of success in doing that, but I had a process of how I went about that. In that process, in this capacity, I plan on doing the same thing in regards to doing that. For residents who are here demanding change because harm has occurred recently and over time, this didn't come out of nowhere, and it's something that we have to look at for experiences and patterns that people are dealing with in our community. And your urgency right now is very understandable. If I was in a situation where you are, I'd probably be speaking very emotionally charged for something to happen now, right now, today, this moment. But at the same time, if the goal is to correct what has been broken, we can't just stop at name calling alone. Justice that lasts and then is built through standards, accountability, and a system that prevents harm from repeating is how historical damage is actually repaired. And I know some of you don't want to hear that, but that's the platform and the constraints that I'm working within. For residents who strongly support the chief and our police department, I hear you. I recognize what we often hear from officers and their families. Policing is hard work, and most people will never experience the pressure that you're dealing with, and the decisions you're making are in real time. And I respect that. But it can't become a shield against accountability. Support can only be done through having conversation. If you support real policing in East Lansing, then you need to support the standards that make it worthy of trust, professionalism, equal treatment, and accountability when harm does occur. And that's not anti-police. It's pro-police safety, and it protects the officers who do the right job in their mission and their service. For my community members that are calling for accountability and equal justice, I want to be clear about this as well. Justice is not limited to a single outcome. There can be real victory in change policies, improved practices, transparency, oversight, and work towards harm not being repeated. Those outcomes matter as well, and they will last when they are there. We just have work to do. Council doesn't make personnel decisions, and council is here to oversee our city manager. And that's really the constraints in the platform that I'm working within when it comes to process, change, and improvement in all aspects of the city. This is the work that I'm committed to, and I believe East Lansing is capable of doing that work. And we need to work and listen and work together. And again, as I said before in the last meeting that I was here, that I hope to be the bridge in regards to the change and improvement. So I'm done with that part. In regards to the unhoused and some of the comments I heard tonight, I definitely understand how important it is to get it right and do the things that we can do within our capacity here in East Lansing to address those issues and not criminalize those people. But we need a community to do that. We can't do this. The city can't do it on its own. We can't do it without you. So I open up an invitation to anyone who is really passionate about this issue that we have in our city to reach out to me so we can sit down, we have a conversation. Right now I'm in the process of trying to create a coalition of people in our community, leaders and residents, in a way that we can do something as a community as well in regards to supporting those issues that we have and getting to some of the root causes of the unhoused. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows.
No report this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Singh.
Nothing for me.
Councilmember Whalen.
briefly, last week there was a celebration for different employees with the city, an awards afternoon. Many of our city staff have worked here 25 years and plus. The longest employee has been here 40 years. And I really applaud the efforts, the day in, day out efforts it takes to run the city and to keep us going. So I really appreciate that. Also, this is the time, these next several weeks, that many will be gathering with loved ones and friends. But this is also a time where loneliness and sadness can really enter, and people that are isolated. So I know what we practice, and also it's a great time to reach out to those that are lonely, reach out to those that are isolated, and when you see something, do something, reach out and attempt to help. If there's a concern, you can reach out to emergency services so that those people can get help. I know this can be a very, very exciting and joyful time, but I think watch out for those that are not in that place.
Thank you, and I have no report tonight. Mr. Bellman.
So the only report I have is, as we approach the holidays, that for the city get recognized on the Wednesday and Thursday of next week or 2 weeks, and then for the New Year's, same way. Friday is a day that we're still open, but some departments may be closed. Please pay attention to our media outlets that we share that information. So if you're coming to City Hall or any of our city facilities, ensure that those departments will be open if you are trying to connect with them. So thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to discussion items. Item 6.1, discussion of the fiscal 2025 annual comprehensive financial report and other related reports for the year ended June 30th, 2025. Ms. Kincaid.
Audrey Kincaid, CFO. While our audit team gets settled, they're going to pull up their presentation, but I'll take a few moments to make a few remarks. I don't like to speak off the cuff, so I'm going to read what I've written. So much like the budget, the audit is a collaborative effort across the city, and with the city being decentralized, many departments are responsible for their own financial transactions throughout the whole year. But the actual audit process, the heavy lift kind of comes from the finance department. So we are preparing audit schedules well before June, and then all throughout when the auditors start in September for field work. We are the liaisons for their field work, and we review the audit report, and as they may attest, we do it in excruciating detail. And then it all kind of culminates with this audit presentation now here in December. So this has been a 6-month-long process for us, and then we're going to head right into budget, so get prepared. So I'd also like to thank the staff across the city that has helped support us, but then share some special acknowledgments. So this is actually the first year I'm standing here as the official director of the finance department, as I was appointed as the CFO at the second half of fiscal year 2025. So Andrea Smith was the acting director through the start of fiscal year 2025, and I want to express my appreciation for her shouldering that responsibility in yet another time of transition for our department. I'm very excited for the collaborative and robust department that we're creating together. I also cannot say enough about how important Justin Geiger is to the department. The audit would literally not get done without him. He is more than my right-hand person. He keeps the train on the track, and he knows everything that needs to be done and makes sure that it actually does get done. And one final acknowledgement is for one of the newer members to our finance team, Sarah Rains. She started in June, right before the audit kind of kicked off, the end of the fiscal year. She took on the huge responsibility of the GASB 101 implementation, which hopefully Raymond will discuss in a little bit more detail. She completed hours and days of calculation, doing a 10-year look back of leave time usage and payout trends, covering the 11 employment groups that represent city employees. So we are extremely happy with her, and we're very glad that she joined our department. So finally, and again, I'd just like to thank everyone that supports our team throughout the audit process, and I will turn it over to Raymond.
Thank you, Audrey. So my name is Jason Salzwedel. I'm a senior manager with Raymond. Joining me up here is Rick Lowe. He was a senior on the city's audit for the year ended June 30th, 2025. We prepared a short presentation, well, maybe short, but we prepared a presentation here, and I'm going to let Rick take it over from here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate everyone's time today. As Audrey mentioned, this is a very time-consuming process for them doing the planning, and then for us doing all the preliminary field work, doing our discussions, and then diving into the relative audit sections and analyzing documents, supporting evidence to come up with a reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatement. So we have 3 documents in front of you. First one is the independent auditor's communication with those charged with governance. This is essentially a letter to management and to you, the council, about the scope of the audit and related matters, and it includes any details on the division of the responsibilities between the auditor and management, and also details any audit adjustments, disagreements with management, which there was none, and then any accounting estimates. So the first, next slide, please. Slide 2 kind of details the management's responsibility for the audit. So in the back of this report with the city's letterhead, this is kind of a high-level detail of management's responsibility for the audit. So the 3 key points for management's responsibilities are highlighted in the bullets there: the preparation and fair presentation of the audited financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America, or GAAP, and then the design and implementation of maintenance of internal controls relevant to the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements, that they are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. And then lastly, they need to make all financial records and related information available to us in order for us to review and support the balances that are within the city's financial reporting system. Slide number 3, please. This is our responsibility for the audit, so we are issuing an opinion whether the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects in conformity with GAAP. We plan and perform audit procedures to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free from material misstatement, and then we communicate any significant matters related to the audit, related to professional judgment and responsibilities in overseeing the financial reporting process.
One thing to consider, I guess, to touch base on those responsibilities is that the very large bound document that you have in front of you is the city's financial statement. We help the city prepare that document, but all that information really comes from the city. It's all the city's information. Everything in there is the city's, with the exception of, like, there's 4 pages in there that are our opinion on those financials.
Slide number 4, please. So now we're going to be kind of going into detail on this annual comprehensive financial report. So we issued an unmodified opinion. This is often referred to as a clean opinion, and it provides high-level assurance to the reliability of the financial statements and that they are in conformity with the generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP. Slide 5, please. And then we're going to kind of get into some of the general fund items, the balance sheet, which is the assets, liabilities, the related deferred inflows of resources. So just kind of an overview here. Total assets from prior year, I know we don't have a comparative, but just, reviewing these, it increased about 3.5 from the prior year, which prior year had about 40.6 million in assets. This year it increased by 3.5, and that's primarily due to an increase in the cash and investments. The liabilities, this also increased 8.2 million from the prior year. This can be primarily due to the franchise fee lawsuit with the Board and Water and Light, and that was settled after year end, and that is part of the liabilities of the city. So When we take the assets, less the liabilities, deferred inflows of resources, we're left with the fund balance or the net position of the general fund. And as you can see, there's 22, I think that's 22.6 million of the fund balance. And then we break it out. Basically, it's the components of the fund balance. We have non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned fund balance. And you can, in the footnotes of the financial statements, if you want to see a further breakout of what those detail, it's in footnote number 18. So I kind of want to highlight the two main components of the fund balance, which was the restricted fund balance. About 8.8 million of that 9 million is restricted for the income tax allocation. And then the remaining, or the other big item there is the unassigned, which was 9.6 million. And this is essentially the leftover flexible portion of the general fund that isn't designated for any specific purpose for the city. So it can be used for anything the city would like to. Next slide, please. So this is kind of detailing the general fund revenues and also the budget to actual. So the pie chart kind of breaks out the main sources of the revenue streams of the general fund. As you can see, the big two items really are the property taxes and the income taxes. And the income taxes, again, we don't have a comparative, but the income taxes increased from the prior year, and this can be due to the compliance efforts that began in fiscal year 23, and there have been fewer non-compliant taxpayers, so that revenue is seeing an increase there. Also wanted to kind of outline the intergovernmental revenues. So this is mainly comprised of the state revenues. This is the state shared revenue that comes from the state, and the Act 51 revenue, again, which comes from the state, and this is basically a distribution of the transportation funds, which primarily comes from gas taxes and vehicle fees that the state collects and distributes to all municipalities within the state. And then the other revenue is essentially your charges for services, fines and forfeitures, licenses and permits, rental income, interest revenue on your investments, and franchise fees. And again, you can see those in the financial statements here, a better breakout of what makes up that other category there. And then lastly on this slide, I wanted to kind of highlight the budget to actuals for the income taxes. So you can see here, the actuals was actually higher than the budgeted for the income taxes. And again, this is kind of a result of the compliance, enhanced compliance for those income taxes, which again saw a surge of revenue. And you can kind of review the management discussion of an analysis. It's in the first probably 20 pages of your financials, which management has gone through, reviewed, and provided an analysis and discussion on why you're seeing some increases and decreases within the financial reports. Next slide, please. So this is the expenditures of the general fund. The big two areas here, these are the functions of the government for the general fund. You have public safety, which was about 30.2 million, and these expenses are related to the police, fire, building and housing permit departments, and most of these expenses really relate to the salaries, wages, and fringe benefits of the employees within these departments. And then general government, this is the general operations within the city. This was about 14.8 million, and a majority of the expenditures within that function of the government really predominantly related to the lawsuit and the settlement of the board and water and light lawsuit. So, and then to kind of go into the budget to actuals, the general government was 2.3 million below the final budget, and then the public safety, another big one of those expenses, was also under budget. Which this is a good thing that you guys are budgeting conservatively, and then your actuals are falling below those expenditures for those functions. And again, you can look at a discussion to get further detail, again, in the management discussion and analysis. Okay, next slide, please. So this slide is basically looking at the revenues and expenditures to get to the net change in fund balance. We have the final budget compared to the actual. As you can see, the city actually budgeted for more of a decrease in the fund balance, and it actually only decreased by about 5 million. So that's really good to see, because the city was actually expecting to use more of the general fund balance this year. And then the last kind of line at the bottom is talking about the unassigned fund balance as a percentage of 1 year's expenditures and transfers out. That is 15%, and generally healthy governments, you want to be within 8 to 12%. So obviously the city is doing very well on that statistic there. Next slide, please. So these are the enterprise funds of the city, or the business type funds. It's the parking system, the sewage disposal, and the water supply system. Just kind of give you an overview of this. The parking system fund balance increased by about 1.8 million from the prior year. Sewage increased by 3.4 million, and then the water increased by 1.3. And it's mainly as a result of the liabilities decreasing, which can be corresponding to the city's, the payments on the city's long-term debt issuances within these funds. Slide 10, please. And then this, again, is just a overview of the revenues and expenses. When you take your revenues less the expenses, you get your operating income for these various enterprise funds. So the parking system had a 1.4 million operating income, and this can be attributed to the surging, the parking activity. The city is continuing to see a high demand in the monthly parking permits. And then the water supply system had an increase of 1.2 million, and this was an increase from the prior year due to an increase in the water billings. Lastly, the sewage system, it actually had a decrease in the operating income, but the expenditures also decreased. So consequently, when you take those together, that fund still had a increase in the fund balance. Again, like I've been mentioning before, you can see all of that discussion in the management discussion and analysis. Next slide, please. All right, now these next couple slides, we're going to be talking about the pension plan of the city, and then the other post-employment benefit plan of the city. So just to kind of go over this a little bit here, the total pension liability, that first little section, is the actuarial's determined present value of all projected future benefit payments. Your plan net position relates to the value of the assets held in the trust that are available to pay to the members. And then when you take those two, you are left with the net pension liability. So the city right now has a 75 million net pension liability, which has decreased in the past 2 years by about 13 million. Next slide, please.
One thing to note for the pension liability is that that's as of December 31st, 2024. So there's a little bit of lag in when that gets reported. So it's reported as of June 30th, but it really is the balance at 12/31/24.
So it's almost a year old
At this point,
at
yeah.
this point.
Okay, thanks, Jason. So this next slide is basically a 5-year breakdown of what the city has contributed in comparison to the actuary's determined contribution. The actuarial determined contribution is the required amount that the employer or the city must contribute to the plan to ensure it can meet its future obligations. And then the actuary calculates this based on the analysis of the plan's assets, liabilities, and long-term assumptions. So as you can see here, the city is continuing to contribute more to the plan than what the determined contribution is, which is obviously a good thing, and that is consequently decreasing the net pension liability as the years go on. Next slide, please. As discussed in slide 11, the OPEB liability less the plan net position is going to get you to the net, this one. Gotcha. The net OPEB liability here. So again, as you can see, it's been decreasing from 2020 all the way up to 2024. A good sign that the city is making contributions more than the actuarial determined contribution in order to meet these future obligations. And then if you go to slide number 14, please, here's the breakdown of those contributions. So 2021, you had the actuary actually determined that you should contribute more, but going forward, the city is actually contributing more than what the actuary is telling you guys to. So, any comments on that one? Okay. All right. Next slide, please. So, I know I mentioned 3 reports. The last one, it's a hardbound financial report here, is actually the single audit at compliance report. And so this is essentially a report detailing the schedule of expenditures and federal awards, and then our review of a specific major program to ensure that the city is spending these funds in compliance and meeting the regulations set forth by the federal government. So in fiscal year 25, the city expended $2.4 million in federal awards. The major program that we audited this year was the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, which was part of the American Rescue Plan Act. And we issued an unmodified opinion for this. Again, the highest opinion that we can give. And essentially we're saying that the city was using the funds in compliance and regulations with everything that the federal government has set forth. Next slide, please. All right, so slide number 16 here is basically the pronouncements that the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, or GASB, put forth that needed to be implemented by the city this fiscal year. So the big one that I kind of wanted to highlight today is GASB 101. This was a extreme undertaking by the city. There was a lot to it. And essentially this new standard was effective for all U.S. state, local governments, providing a more unified conceptual approach to the accounting for compensated absences. It replaced an older rule to create more consistency, requiring governments to recognize liabilities for both used and unused leave. To kind of detail what the city and accounting had to do, they essentially had to look at all the collective bargaining agreements of the city, which I believe was 9, it could have even been more, and then determine if these various leaves like sick and vacation were paid out 100% at termination, which you record all the liability. If they weren't paid out 100%, the city then would need to determine how much the employees were going to use in the next fiscal year to also incorporate that into the liability. So that was new to the standard this year, and it required the city to do kind of a historical analysis of how much time employees are using each year, and the city determined to use a 5-year look back to come up with an average.
Yeah, it kind of just, as Audrey had mentioned, all the different bargaining units in the city have different benefits, so incorporating that all into calculating the liability was a lot of work, as well as a lot of work for us to review and make sure that all was accurate and correct. So they did a great job in doing that with all the different levels that there are, and I can't imagine how much time it took. to do that.
And then the kind of the last thing to add to that is not only did they have to do that for fiscal year 25, they actually had to redo the calculation for 24. So they really had to do two calculations to restate the beginning balances in the financial statement. So in the footnotes, I believe it's either 19 or 20 in the annual comprehensive financial report, you'll actually see the restatement and the impact that calculation had on the prior year audited balances. Next slide, please. And then, so these are the upcoming pronouncements that the city needs to implement in fiscal year 26. We will work with the city to ensure that they're doing what they need to do to be in compliance with these standards, and we'll be open to any questions to help facilitate that. I think that's it.
Before we end, I did want to just thank Audrey, Andrea, and Justin, and the rest of the team here. They do a great job at helping us get the audit completed, as well as keeping the finance office running at the same time while we're bothering them for things we need to be able to issue our opinion. So I really appreciate their help.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions for our auditors? Mr. Bellman, anything?
No, I'm just, I'm sure Audrey and the team are happy that we made it to this point and presented it to you tonight, and there was some positive news shared, so thank you very much.
I had just one question. In this document, page 71, right at the top, it says the 2024 taxable valuation of the city totaled 1.402 million.
That's getting corrected, so we'll get you a new copy. It's,
yeah, okay. It should be 1.402 billion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the other question I had was, so assuming it was 1.402 billion, you multiply that by 0.0125362, and you should get the number under the amount column, right, for general operating?
Let me do the math here.
So when I do that, I get 17 million, which is close to 15 million, but I'm just trying to figure out what's the simple rubric for using the taxable valuation of the city to get to the amount that we get from property taxes.
I believe it's somewhat complicated because some of it, of course, if my memory serves, is captured by some DDAs and TIFA districts.
Got it. Okay.
You can't do a simple
Yep.
calculation because of those captures.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good enough answer to my question. So it's going to be close, but not exact.
There's
Okay.
a lot of different things going in there.
Okay. I'm good on that front. All right. Anything else? Thank you. Thanks for all your work on this. And
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
thanks for the picture you painted for us.
Thanks, Rick.
Item 6.2, presentation by MEDC staff about the Redevelopment Ready Communities program. Welcome, Mr. Bartley and MEDC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Landon Bartley, our principal planner, and with me I have Blake Newman from the MEDC, Michigan Economic Development Corporation. We also have Michelle Parkinen in the audience who can answer questions. We wanted to give a brief presentation today about the Redevelopment Ready Communities program that's run by the MEDC. Redevelopment Ready Communities is essentially a program that communities can become engaged and then essentials certified and then fully certified, and that can give communities a certain amount of benefits essentially from the MEDC. The City of East Lansing considered this in some detail and some depth about, it looks like 10 years ago. I think we found a report from 2014 that was looking at East Lansing's, status and how close it could, or how it could get to certification, and identified a few barriers, many of which we've remedied. So we're getting closer and closer. But we wanted to give the council an overview of the program and then discuss briefly afterwards, sort of looking for guidance on next steps and how we can get certified soon. So with that, I'll turn it over to Blake, and your presentation is up.
Awesome, thank you so much. As Landon said, my name is Blake Newman. I'm a community planner with the MEDC. Next slide also, thank you. I work with over 60 communities around the state of Michigan, covering 3 regions, and East Lansing is one of the wonderful communities I have the privilege of working with, so thank you so much for your time tonight. As Landon said, I'm going to talk to you about high level what the RRC best practices entail and how communities are leveraging them around, or leveraging the toolkit around the state to create an environment where they can attract the investments that they want to see happen in their community. So that's the goal of the presentation. I'm going to stick high level to the why for each best practice. Landon has more details on each individual best practice, but for time's sake and everything, we're going to keep it short, sweet, and high level for you all. So next slide, please. So as Landon mentioned, RRC is a set of best practices that many of them mirror the Michigan planning and zoning statutes and are paired with national economic development best practices. The toolkit should be viewed as a guiding framework. Oh, excuse me, I will prevent myself from fidgeting with things. The toolkit should be viewed as a guiding framework. And so we emphasize that this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. We don't have a toolkit that we're giving to communities and all of them are implementing the exact same thing the exact same way, because that would be impossible. I said at the beginning, we have over 300 communities around the state that are engaged in the toolkit. And just for some context, the smallest community I work with is just over 600 in population. And the largest is the city of Lansing, which is around 115-ish, the last time I checked. So you can imagine that the village of Merrill in Region 5 has maybe similar problems and things that they're faced with to the city of Lansing, but the flavor and the context is going to be different, and therefore the solutions to those problems are going to be different. And so this toolkit is really, the goal is to empower communities to shape their future by building that foundation of planning, zoning, and economic development best practices and integrating them into their community to meet the needs that their community has. So it's very customizable, very flexible. Next slide, please. And because of this, alignment can happen on a spectrum. So we're not expecting the same documents again from one community that we're going to get from another. We encourage communities to take this incremental application approach. And really, RRC is an iterative process, so we as a team are constantly looking at the toolkit to evolve and make sure it's still relevant to our communities and doing what we want it to. But also, we want communities to understand that it's incremental and slow. Change does not happen overnight. We're not expecting it to. And so as Landon said, you guys have been working on many things over the last 10 years, but we have changed a few things at RRC. So one of the things I wanted to frame is we've kind of changed the way we approach, again, to encourage flexibility. We're looking for kind of 3 steps in the application process for RRC. So the first one is to assess the best practice and understand its core intent. And this is, communities are doing this, right? And then step 2 is for that community to consider what that means for them, the capacity that they have to implement the suggestions or what the core intent of that best practice is, and whether or not there's appetite for organizational change if that's being called for. And then the third step is to then thoughtfully implement that best practice. Next slide, please. So with that flexibility in mind, Landon mentioned at the beginning, we have 2 pathways for RRC. The first pathway is the Essentials pathway, and that covers best practices 1 through 4. I know I'm just throwing numbers at you. We'll get into that in a minute. And then the second pathway is the Certified pathway. So this builds on the Essentials pathway, which sounds exactly, or it is exactly like it sounds. It's the essentials. It's the things that we think or that state statute regulates that all communities should be doing. And the Certified pathway builds on that. We ask a little bit more of our Certified pathway communities because we're asking more of them. There's 2 levels, right? So we're asking more of them for those reasons. And to help also, as I said, with communities of a variety of sizes, there are communities that maybe aren't ready to look at proactivity in the same way that the city of East Lansing is, or the city of Lansing. So again, multiple pathways for multiple needs. Next slide, please. I should have mentioned at the beginning too, I'm open to questions as they come up, so feel free to stop me at any time. This part, we're going to get into the high-level why of each best practice. There are best practices within each category that we're going to talk about today. So as an example of that, best practice 1 contains 4 separate best practices. That's kind of confusing the way I'm saying that. I apologize. But so those are up on the screen on the right-hand side. I'm going to go over the why. So best practice 1 is plans and public engagement. The why behind this is that having a foundational plan that reflects your community's desired direction for the future is the starting point. That's like step 1, right? You have a pathway that you're going toward, you have goals that you're trying to achieve, and that's why we're asking communities to implement the best practices in best practice 1. Many of these, as you can see on your screen, are also, again, supported by the Michigan Planning Enabling Act. So having a master plan that's updated and adopted every 5 years that reflects your vision for the future, that's right in there in the MPEA. So we're not asking more, but we're asking for communities to make sure they're keeping up on that, just as an example. Next slide, please. Best practice 2 is all about zoning. So it takes an in-depth look at zoning regulations and how well those regulations support the goals of the master plan. And zoning, as you all know, is a key tool for implementation and should be used to shape an inviting, walkable, and vibrant community. So in this best practice, we're looking for communities we will look at not only creating walkable districts, but also incorporating housing diversity, parking flexibility, green infrastructure, and user-friendliness throughout this best practice. Next slide, please. Best practice 3 is all about the development review process within your community. So this is we're looking for this one for communities to have a streamlined development review process that will encourage redevelopment in their community. And so these best practices evaluate a community's development review policies, procedures, how the community is communicating both internally and to external customers. And the purpose of the development review process, as you all know, is to ensure plans for specific types of development comply with local ordinances and are consistent with the master plan. So having all of those steps in place can then help to ensure that your development review processes are going smoothly because you have the ordinance that supports the vision, you have the vision supported by the ordinance, and you guys can enact that as you see fit. We also have seen that in many communities, this doubles as an external facing service that can leave a positive impact and lasting impression for those who do decide to invest in East Lansing. So having that streamlined review process, as you all know, time is money, money is time, but yeah, communities with a streamlined review process, they're seeing that they have that reputation where they are business friendly, they are user friendly, and then furthermore, this best practice really focuses on government transparency, so making sure that you have what you need on your website so that not only potential investors know what your process is, but also residents know what your process is, because that's just as important in creating that community-driven development that you're all hoping for. Next slide, please. Best practice 4 is focused on boards and commissions. So well-prepared boards and commissions ensure smooth development review processes. That's the intention behind this. We want to make sure that communities have boards and commissions that have bylaws or rules of procedure. We want to make sure those are adopted and on the website. This also goes into like annual planning commission reports, making sure those are done on an annual basis and reported to the governing body. There's a lot of transparency also promoted through this. So how can your citizens apply to a board? How are they, what's the process for appointment? Those things. So making sure that the community has all of that shored up. Next slide, please. So best practice 5 is going to be, as I said way at the beginning, this is going to be just for our certified pathway communities. And this is, the why behind this one is proactive economic development and marketing strategies allow a community to control the narrative and attract the investment that they want. So we're asking our certified pathway communities to focus on, again, pursuing that economic development through the proactivity of identifying those priority sites and marketing them so that they can attract the investment that they want to see happen there. Next slide, please. Best practice 6 is actually a benefit for our designated communities, so our certified designated communities. So communities who reach the certified designation, they unlock a team that I get to work with called the Redevelopment Services Team. And so they're adjacent to my team at the MEDC. And their main goal is that they're trying to remove those barriers to development. So for this one, think about a site in town that it's a sticky site, it's been vacant for a while, or the building's just not meeting its potential, our redevelopment services team could come in and let's say they need baseline environmentals, or maybe you want a RFP that has architecture and design things already preset so you can attract a developer who can make that move, right? That's really what that team's doing. So they're trying to remove those barriers to development to help move the needle in communities in that way. Next slide, please. So I know I just dumped like rapid fire on you guys, and I apologize for that, but you've just heard me, go on a 10-minute or so discussion on all of the things we're asking communities to do, and you might be like, why would anyone say yes to that? What are they getting out of this? What do they want to do? Why are they spending time on this? And I hope that I was able to reiterate the fact that many of the best practices are tied to things that communities should already be doing in the legislation. But if that wasn't enough, then I will also share with you that we do have some benefits, and we do care about supporting communities through this process. So we have a couple things that communities do get out of this. One of them, like I said on the last slide, the redevelopment services team for our certified designated communities. That's obviously after you've already become a certified community. So along the way, we have other supports available, including we do offer access to technical assistance match funding. This is for communities who are pursuing a designation to help them reach that. So we have planning and zoning grant dollars available. This is a case-by-case basis for communities, but it is available. We're hoping that at the end of this process, and I am on the next slide going to touch a little bit on some of the more intangible things, but we're hoping by the end of this process you have created within your community a locally driven, streamlined development review process and have well positioned your community for community driven development. So I imagine that all of you are sitting on council today because you consider yourself a champion of East Lansing and the community, and you care about it and you want to see great things happen for it. Working through this process, we find communities are able to identify other community champions that also want to move the needle in their community. And so that coalition building is really something that more and more communities are finding benefit from. And then last but definitely not least, you do receive throughout the process of engaging with me, which is how I have met your wonderful staff, Landon, you do have access to the technical assistance team and get to work with us. We provide third-party review for documents. I've read many a master plan. I also worked actually with your Arts Council last year on the 5-year arts plan, so I was able to work with Heather on that and the Arts Council. They were lovely. And then best of all, through that, you get access to my team, who, if I can't figure it out, they're brilliant and they definitely can. So extra benefit. Next slide, please. This is the last one with like content on it. For many communities, they are looking to reach a designation with RRC. That is their main goal, but that isn't the only way that communities find success. And so we have a couple things on the screen here. I'll call out a few of them, but I already mentioned the coalition building, identifying those community champions, who's going to drive that forward, who's going to advocate for change, things like that, but also increase in storytelling and how you're telling the story of your community. Public engagement, whether it be improving the process through the public participation strategy or through finding new and innovative ways to engage your community. And then I'll call it a few more, but public education and succession planning has been a really huge one. In Best Practice 3, we do ask communities to create this really beefy internal process document that is kind of intense, but it can be really helpful because if Landon's not there one day and someone needs to step in and do part of his job, like you have this document that can help with that. So there are things like that are more of the intangibles, but are unexpected but welcome outcomes for communities to find success in other ways. I'm gonna pause there for questions. Do we have any?
Although actually I'd love to jump in real quick.
Please do.
Just add a couple more points, just very briefly. So the best practices, the sort of framework that builds the RRC, the best practices build the RRC framework. And those best practices, those 6 categories, and all the sort of sub-practices within them, they're best for a reason, right? They're good things to do. Staff wants to do this. Like, we really want to make this change and become certified because the practices are the best. We want to be doing the best practices in East Lansing. Besides sort of doing the best that we can, the access to the assistance team, the match funding, we get points on grant applications that we would not otherwise get points for. We can be eligible for grants that we wouldn't otherwise be eligible for. But also, I think that one of the biggest benefits of RC designation would be that we're essentially putting a big flag out and saying East Lansing is open for business. We were talking before the meeting with Michelle from MEDC that there are firms that they start by looking at the certified communities map and say, okay, what cities are ready to take our business, ready for us to build in? And that's a really strong, powerful message that we can send to them. So I really hope that you'll ask questions, that you'll be interested in this process and interested in certification. And like I said, we're here to answer questions. I'm obviously biased. I want to see this happen. Blake and Michelle can answer questions about the process as well. So thank you.
Questions? Mr. Meadows.
First, I'd like to say I'm very much supportive of us moving forward on this, but I do have some questions, sort of like the devil in the detail type thing. So your best practice 5 is the one that stuck out to me. So we're a member of LEAP, and we've relied on LEAP in terms of both marketing and development within the community. When we develop, which is one of the items that you have here, an economic development strategy, that's sort of our economic development strategy. Does it count? And then when we outline financial and non-financial economic development incentives, you know, the council, I think back in 2016 or 2015, adopted a resolution, the limitation on our use of tax increment financing to be limited to those things that would be owned and operated and utilized by the citizens of East Lansing, like the rebuilding of the street that's adjacent to a development or the parking garage that we have in the downtown now. Does that meet the requirement, even though we restrict the use of those incentives? That's okay. You know, that's the question that I would have. And developing a marketing plan, because we sort of market, I think, on a case-by-case basis. I don't know if I'd call it a plan. It is a plan for a piece of property or something like that. Does that qualify? So those are the type of questions I have in terms of developing our own approach to actually meeting these requirements so that we can go forward with certification. And that's just an example. But otherwise, I'd just say, let's do it, man. So let's do it.
Those are really great questions, and in my, urge to try to keep this light and quick for you all, I didn't get into the nitty-gritty or like what's required for each of the individual things we're asking of communities, but we do have a list of things that we're looking for in an economic development strategy and things that, and unfortunately I haven't read yours, so I apologize, but I could review it and see if it's already, but a lot of communities have documents that are already made and they already have a process for. We're not asking you to create a new process or that you have to create a new economic development strategy. If the economic development strategy, thank you so much, Michelle. If it meets our what we're already asking for and it's doing what it needs to do for the city, then that is a thumbs up from us, without me seeing it, obviously. But then the financial restrictions, sorry, 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
The financial restrictions, all we're asking for that best practice is that you post them online so that people know what the process is for them, so.
Yeah, appreciate the thoughtful questions. I would say absolutely, at a minimum, we would want to see a local community's economic development strategy aligned with their regional partner, right? So makes perfect sense. And I think, the devil is in the details, right? And as long as those strategies that LEAP has outlined are specific enough for your community, then absolutely, that aligns with the best practices. We're not asking you to reinvent the wheel, create new documents when you have things that work, right? So I think there's certainly flexibility in meeting those best practices in a way that works for the individual community. And when you have a policy around economic development incentives, we don't necessarily have any skin in the game in what that policy says. You have a policy. You are putting out there what you want to do on a particular project or with a particular tool, and as long as you are transparent about that and putting that forward, that is a policy and aligns. So
great questions. And as far as marketing goes, there are so many ways to market communities, right? You don't necessarily have to have that all in a perfectly laid out plan document with the table of contents. There's so many different pieces to that puzzle, and we accept all of those pieces as a way of marketing the community and meeting those best practices. Sure.
Any other, Mr. Whalen?
So how close are we?
Yeah.
Great question.
Yeah, we did an analysis in 2014. I've done a sort of early analysis, and I would say we're probably more than halfway. But I'd like to do as a next step a detailed analysis with the help of the MEDC team and say what steps, where are we on each step, each best practice in the whole system, to really identify what are our next steps. And that would be, if the council, it sounds like there might be some support. If you're interested, our next step would be to have a site visit, work with the MEDC team to have that update to that report and say, where exactly are we in this process? Again, I haven't done the detailed deep dive because I wanted to gauge council's interest, but I would say we're at least halfway there.
That's also not his, I will just, sorry, jump in here really quick. I developed that report, so I'm happy to update the report on where you guys are. We create community snapshots that go into all the details of each best practice, very specific. And the only reason I didn't make it today, I probably should have went ahead and done it, but it was because Landon and I wanted to gauge interest first, like he said. So, but yes, I can follow up by the end of the week with that, honestly.
I think the 2014 report is certainly outdated.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
the toolkit has evolved multiple times since then. The Planning Enabling Act has been amended since that time. So council has certainly evolved since that time. So we are happy to update that snapshot and get you a complete picture of where the city stands currently.
That's great. And so I heard all the great positives, and that's fantastic. Is there fees? What's the costs?
No cost, like to us. We're
Okay.
not requiring any cost. Obviously, you're committing staff time, so I want
Right.
to be like cognizant of me saying no cost. You might be like, you're lying, but yeah. So there's
Fabulous.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure even how to word this. There's a perception from some, and I'm not sure because I'm the new guy here. There's this perception that it's been hard to build here and it's been hard to do projects. If there is policies or things we have that are concerning, would you share those, or would you, I know we're the elected body and we're making the rules, but at some point, is there some things that we should possibly look at or not?
Yes, we would share those. I mean, there are best practices, right? These are not things that are necessarily required. There are minimums that are required by the Planning and Zoning Enabling Acts, and every community has to meet those minimums. But there are best practices for development and things that can set the standard and put your community in a place to really be in a position to get that type of community-driven development that you want to see. And yes, that is the intent of working through this toolkit. And we have worked with many communities that have struggled for a long time with having a perception of not being the most development friendly. And I'm happy to use St. Joe as an example. There was a recent article in their local newspaper. They've been working with us for a long time. They recently achieved full certification, and I think the title of the article, or one of the bylines, is St. No to, back to St. Joe, because there was the perception that everything was a no when it came to development in that community, and they've really worked through that process to streamline, be more efficient, ensure that the community vision was really aligned with what their regulations stated, and now they can move forward. They're seeing, they're supportive of TIF in certain instances. They've revitalized their DDA. They're doing all of the things, right? It's all the pieces coming together to support development projects in that community.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to try to be more enthusiastic than my colleague, Mr. Meadows, and his embracing of this potential here in East Lansing. I think streamlining, adding capacity to our city staff, and then leveraging potential additional grant dollars seems to be like a no-brainer in this day and age. So I'm hopeful that we'll move forward in some shape or fashion and understanding where we truly are on from 2014 to today and what we need to get done. So thank you.
I think that's great. Mr. Grigsby, any?
No, I'm excited to move forward, and I'm with Mark as far as just making sure that we kind of understand some of those details in there. But yeah, why not?
So I have a little bit of a historical context that I want to drop into this because I was paying attention in 2014, and my understanding at the time was that the effort snagged on a fairly specific issue, which was delegation of decision-making authority from the council to the planning commission. It was kind of, talk about devil in the details. It was a small but important detail. And in terms of the community culture that might suggest that we're sort of hesitant to approve projects, there's a history there too. There was the City Center 2 project, which we're still dealing with the aftermath of, going on 20 years plus. It was a failed development. It was very ambitious. It went south, and it became an organizing principle of the community. Right? Elections were organized around the failure of that development project. And I think part of the reluctance to have elected officials who are accountable to the public delegate authority to the Planning Commission, which is only indirectly accountable to the public, stemmed from a community that was pretty suspicious about large development projects that could go south. Now, it's 10 years later, right? The memories of that have faded. The rules have changed at various levels. We've made some progress locally. It sounds like there's been some changes at the state level. But I just wanted everybody to be aware that that's still part of the context here, and I think we would need to know in some detail in order for the community to evaluate what authority we would be shifting from the council to the planning commission over what sorts of projects. I'm not in principle averse to that, but everybody should understand the extent to which that would be part of this process. Again, because that was the snag 10 years ago, that I think everything else looked great, but that didn't.
Yes, you are correct. So administrative approvals of site plan reviews, right? So either going, staff approvals or planning commission approvals on site plan review.
Yep, and what sorts of projects that would apply to and
Correct.
what it would not apply to, I think is very important for the
Absolutely.
community to understand.
I think that's, room for a thoughtful discussion, and I think, that is certainly what we would want to see, from any community. What works for you, what doesn't? This is not the right fit for every community, and there are communities that do not necessarily want to shift that authority, right, to an administrative approval.
And again, I have to emphasize that I'm not averse to that.
Sure.
But I do think we need to have that discussion. And I'll make one other comment, which is I understand the time is money argument, right, for developers, but time is also understanding from the community's perspective, right? If the community has time to evaluate a new project and get used to the idea, that's a really important ingredient. So there's two competing interests here. I understand time is money from the developer's perspective, but a community also, it's hard to build something when people there don't want it built, right? That does not go well for anybody. And getting used to projects, the ideas of projects, is also a plus.
But that doesn't necessarily mean, as long as we're transparent, we could put in, a project has to be formally announced, before the planning commission will take it up by 30 days. As long as we publicize a transparent process that the developer has to be engaged in, could
Yeah.
qualify for that.
I think that's right.
And again, the folks up here, we appoint the folks on the planning commission as well. We are responsible regardless of who is casting the vote at the end of the day. So anyway, I like standardizing, and I know I've mentioned Ezra Klein's book from the stage before, but, in terms of removing barriers and providing opportunities, both in development, all shapes and sizes. That means housing too, I think this could really be an exciting change for East Lansing.
It looked like you might want to say something in response to my.
I do think you have an absolute point on that, on the timing, and I do think the timing is really important when it comes to community engagement, and having the first bit of community engagement, and not that this is what you're implying, but at the public hearing where the project is up for approval is not the right time, right? Like, we've got to have that community engagement when we're developing the vision for a particular area, when the zoning regulations are then being developed. It's got to be throughout. It's got to be throughout the process, so there's broad awareness, there's comfort as much as we can get neighborhoods or districts comfortable with the level of development that they're going to potentially be seeing. So nothing is a surprise when that site plan image shows up, and people are scared, or change is inevitable. So I think that timing is really important of that authentic community engagement, and it's an opportunity. It's really an opportunity to get people involved and to start having those conversations.
I have one more comment here. Because I want to talk about the administrative approval, and I don't have any problem with administrative approval as long as it's the type of administrative approval that actually preserves a little bit of our authority, because ultimately the buck stops here. And so even though we appoint members of the Planning Commission, if a mistake is made, they aren't going to be blamed. We're going to be blamed. And we need to have some process within there that includes the city council and allows the Planning Commission and the planning staff to do the things that they are experts at. I'll say planning staff before I say Planning Commission, because it's a group of citizens who often learn on the job as they from staff as they operate as a planning commission. So I want to say, yes, I think we should look at this, and we need a conversation with regard to it, maybe a long conversation. But I want to make sure that, from my standpoint anyway, we're still responsible, and because we're the ones that have been elected to be responsible, and we have to be cognizant of that.
Mr. Bartley.
Thank you. Just a couple comments, I guess, on that. I appreciate the historical context and definitely understand sort of why there is a concern. We often look at our code and go, I wonder why this went in, and it's always for a good reason at the time, right? So I think to Ms. Parkinen's comments, 10 years ago, maybe it wasn't the right time then, and it is now. And maybe there are other opportunities where we can. I think there's a great opportunity here to implement some community engagement best practices and sort of account for that need and very strong and very valid interest by the community to understand what's proposed and be able to understand it with depth and detail before it gets to the public hearing. So I think that I see this as a great opportunity to say maybe we should introduce things like requiring a public meeting in advance, especially for bigger developments. We've seen some great success recently when we've advised developers, go talk to the community. And people have really taken down their walls and said, okay, I had a completely different understanding of what this project was before you talked to me. And having that happen outside of City Hall or outside of Hannah Community Center versus here at the public hearing can be really powerful. So I think that there are certainly ways that we can sort of account for, still have time to review and still have oversight and still have that ability for the public to understand with depth what's being proposed. And do so without changing the process, or I should say, not at the expense of the process. So, really appreciate these comments. Thank you.
Any final comments or questions or comments from our guests? All right, thank you. This was helpful. So I think the message I'm getting here is that this is a full speed ahead. I mean, I think everybody's enthusiastic to see where this would go.
I will follow up with an updated community snapshot. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Item 6.3, discussion of electric versus gasoline-powered small equipment use in the city of East Lansing. Mr. Chappell.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, City Manager. Orlando Chappell, Interim Operations Manager for the City of East Lansing Department of Public Works. And with me, I have Derek Dale, who is our leader in the Parks Department of the DPW operations. So, in brief, in December of 2024, the Council and the Commission on the Environment wanted to discuss the potential restrictions of the gas-powered leaf blowers in response to concerns from the public regarding air quality, noise pollution, overall health, and quality of life. Cliff Walls, our environmental sustainable manager here, created a very detailed memo back in 2024, which you probably read in previous notes there. And it really focuses on the noise pollution side of things and also the air pollution side of things as it relates to these type of pieces of equipment. Because of the growing interest that we have in the public here, DPW performed a proof of concept approach to validate the operational viability of these 4 power units that we're going to discuss today. These units would be the string trimmer, hedge trimmer, the chainsaw, and also a back-powered blower. Okay, so moving forward, we're going to present a PowerPoint that's going to explain our findings a little bit. It's going to discuss some of the pros and some of the cons that we have developed and we have studied over the last year in DPW. And here tonight, I'm going to have Derek present those with our PowerPoint. And just for reference here, there's no financial impact at this time as we went through purchasing some of these for the pieces of equipment because it came out of our small equipment budget here that we normally use in normal operations. And is there also, we're going to provide the recommendations to council for consideration here. So with that being said, after our PowerPoint, we would be available for any questions that you may have. And if we could start the PowerPoint, that'd be great.
Yeah, Orlando set it up really well. So next slide, please. I'll jump right into it. We did our own, we purchased our own battery-powered equipment and did our own data collection with actual field work to see for ourselves how it all compared to all the gas equipment we currently use. We went with the steel line of products based off of a little bit of my own research, but also MSU helped us a lot. They did a pretty big study of their own where they purchased products across multiple different manufacturer lines and tested all of it themselves and invited municipalities around the community to come and see what they learned from it and listen to their own presentation on it. And the key takeaway from that was the steel products were the best. So we just went right for that. We didn't waste time with anything cheaper or weaker. Next slide, please. So first item, chainsaw. What I did with each of these individual items was just try to compare them to some of the gas-powered equipment that we currently use just to get an idea of how it stands up. This is the strongest battery-powered chainsaw that Steel makes. It's comparable to an MS-271, which is a good mid-grade gas one that we currently use in our fleet. It's about a pound heavier than the gas one, which is fairly negligible. You'll find that with 3 of the 4 pieces of equipment are a little heavier, but nothing that any of my team complained about. Much quieter, surprisingly quieter, and really nice to use, actually. I was kind of surprised with the battery-powered chainsaw. If I was going to make one recommendation for anybody in their personal life to buy, it would be that, and it's very nice. I don't know how much chainsawing you do, but I was pretty surprised with it. Always some limitations. This is the strongest thing they make. It can do quite a lot, but if we had a huge storm with 10 maples down blocking roads, it probably wouldn't be what I would take, but it did a lot for me. Next slide, please. Hedge trimmer, comparable to models we already have, about a pound heavier as well, but this one got great reviews from the team using it. it cuts really nice. I was actually very surprised with this piece. Very quiet. One of the big complaints about hedge trimming from my team is you're right up against that machine that you're on your knees, you move around, the exhaust is in your face, the exhaust gets hot, and this takes away all of it. So this one was a big winner in my eyes. Next slide, please. String trimmer. We have about 13 of these in our fleet at the moment, gas-powered versions. This FSA 200 compares with the FS91R, which we already have a half a dozen of in our fleet, and very strong. Cut just as well as the gas ones, much quieter, and eliminates a common issue that my team doesn't like about the exhaust as well. No hot exhaust next to your arm. So this was also a big winner. We really enjoyed the string trimmers. Next slide, please. And the backpack blowers. So backpack blowing is always the biggest complaint about noise. We have a lot in our fleet. We have about a dozen backpack blowers. I chose their strongest model again. That was pretty much uniform with all the items. I chose the strongest model they sell. Power-wise, it was perfectly sufficient. I was actually impressed with how strong it was. Considerably heavier. This one takes 2 batteries to run. So my team did note that the weight of it mattered to them. The volume, the decibels was significant. That was the biggest surprise, was how quiet of operation it is. You can almost have a conversation with somebody while using it, which, if you've ever heard a backpack blower from any distance, is surprising. Unfortunately, the battery life for this particular item was very poor. So we'll see a slide later about that, but that was the challenging aspect of this one. Next slide, please. This is just a visual of the batteries themselves and a 4-port charger that we have at the shop. 4-port charger can charge 4 batteries from empty to full in about an hour and a half. Just giving you an idea of what it takes to get the equipment running. Next slide, please. All right, equipment run times. This is where it matters compared to the gas, because the gas equipment runtime is infinite. You just keep refilling it. Chainsaw, it's hard to really gauge actual run time in terms of minutes, so I went with an example of cutting up a tree. I cut up a nice sized tree myself, and it still had 50% power, so theoretically I could have done 2 40-foot trees with it, which is pretty nice in my opinion. String trimmer, solid hour of straight max power use, which is really good. Hedge trimmer, 90 minutes of steady use, which is really good. Backpack blower takes 2 batteries, and at full power, it drained those batteries in 18 minutes, which is fast. Now, one thing to note with all of these electric pieces of equipment, they all have like a low, medium, high setting, so you can throttle down your power to save battery life. But in most situations, you're kind of running at full power. There are exceptions. There are situations where you can throttle down, but I went with full power for my runtime test just to get a realistic number for common field use. Next slide, please. Cost. So everything's sold as a raw tool, and then you have to buy the batteries separately. So the second column shows you what that equipment costs with the batteries required to use it. And then the last column shows you what the gas equivalent costs. So you can see just from running down those columns that the cost is significant. In most cases, you're looking at 200% or more for a battery powered versus a gas powered. And we have about 35 pieces in total between all the 4 items here in our fleet. So the cost, obviously, if you did it all at once, would be quite significant. Individual batteries are about $360. The charging stations are pretty reasonable. I did put a notes in here about some estimated recurring costs for the gas powered, because there is a little bit of obviously gas costs money, and then there are annual repairs we incur with all gas powered equipment. A lot of carburetor related issues, and they just require repairs. So there is a pretty steady repair cost with that stuff. Next slide, please. So this slide was my best attempt at comparing apples to apples. I wanted to get a concept of how long it would take owning the electric one to equal the cost of the gas one with the yearly costs incorporated into it. So I came up with 6.7 years with my math for most of the items. So although the upfront cost is much more significant for the battery powered, after 6.7 years, they should be a wash, all things being equal, and assuming that the equipment can last 6.7 years. On average, our gas ones, we're in about a 7-year window to where we start to replace them. So the battery powered, the one thing I don't know is how long they last. I've only got about less than a year of using them. They all seem quite durable, but I don't know. I did look up on the Steel website the life expectancy of the batteries, and pretty impressive actually. 2,500 charge cycles. So at 10 years of use, you get 10 years out of that battery if you use it 5 days a week, if you drain it every day and recharge it. So I was actually really impressed with that. So the battery will last a while. Next slide, please. This is just a quick breakdown of pros and cons. Quieter operation, no exhaust fumes. That's always wins with the team, the users of them. And they seem durable and reliable so far. So we are enjoying them. Obviously, the biggest con is the upfront cost. It's definitely more expensive to purchase these. And limited battery life with certain applications. I can give you one good real-world example. You may have already heard complaints about it, but periodically we do what we call a downtown blowout, where we send 3 people down with backpack blowers at 4:30 in the morning and a street sweeper. And it's our way of doing kind of a deep clean of the sidewalks and the parks and the plazas. And it works really well for us. We get the alleys, we get everything. We get every square inch of sidewalk and asphalt in that city. But it takes 3 individual users about 2 hours each. So they each work for 2 hours of steady, full blast backpack blowing. And to accomplish that with the battery system, we would have to have 36 batteries on hand. So you can imagine, I don't have the number in front of me, but the cost for that particular job duty would be high. But I know that one matters because it gets complaints. The noise is a big issue. And that about sums it up. Next slide should just be questions.
Questions for staff?
Because I did something similar. I traded out my gas-powered chainsaw for an electric one, but I went down to Vinny's hardware store in Escoda and checked out the steel price, and it was just too much of a sticker shock for me. So I ended up with an Ego. But I will say that I had the same reaction that apparently you all did, which is that it was a lot easier to use than I expected. And even though it seemed like a similar weight, it just didn't seem to be as much of a hassle as my gas-powered. So I was happy I got that. I got a hedge trimmer, also battery-powered, which let me carry it all over the place to use, which is another advantage, and not having to carry a gas can with me. So I think that if we do go forward with this program and start to replace everything in this way, it might behoove us to do kind of an RFP with regard to it, because that may lower the cost, the initial cost of those steel products. And yes, they are the very best. Mm-hmm. So you picked the right ones to go out with, I think. So anyway, that's my comment.
Mr. Whalen.
I really applaud all the work on this. This is very impressive. And I think the challenge is that weight for the backpack. I know doing my own leaves, and it's a huge issue. So living on Maplewood always has its benefits and its costs. So I just really applaud all the comparisons, and I think it's fantastic you're looking into all this, and I applaud what you do.
Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Grigsby?
I got a little steel saw thing that I got, and as far as quality product, it was great. It was a little bit more expensive, battery charge, but it was worth it overall. And so when you talked about your employees inhaling exhaust and quality of life with the sound, I wonder, if the investment up front is worth it long term. The only concern I had that I think I heard you say was that the equipment lasts about 6-7 years.
Well, that's our current gas stuff.
Yeah.
That's about our life of it. We typically are replacing it by the 7-year mark. Some does last longer, but on average.
Yeah.
But we use it heavily and frequently.
Yeah, yeah. And then the blowout that you talked about, and the battery capacity there. Can you tell me a little bit about what you said about that? You said that with doing that with batteries, you would have to have how many batteries?
Yeah, it's a shocking number, but I did the math twice to make sure I was right.
Right.
36 batteries we would need to send my team with downtown to complete that job. So at $360 a battery, that's...
And then the way that you do it, and I apologize, I don't really fully understand the capacity of your work, but is when you have the battery capacity there, would you possibly change your tactic and how you would go about that and getting that done, or was that just kind of the way it needs to be done to be efficient?
For that particular job, I'm not certain that we could change the tactic too much. We would need to use pretty much full power to really clean out what we clean out.
Yeah.
And if we throttled down on full power, we just wouldn't achieve the cleanup that we're looking for.
Understood. That's all I had.
Over time, we may learn and develop some techniques where we can start to utilize some of the lower levels of power, but being a new process for us, it would take some time for us to develop that strategy.
I can offer you this. I have a biased point of view with all this. When it comes to me and my team, we're focused on getting the job done, right? I mean, that's what we do, and we will use any piece of equipment that we can, that you want, we're all interested in. But at the end of the day, we need it to be able to get the job done for us. So I do have a little bit of biased point of view in that. I don't want to compromise on the strength or ability of a piece of equipment if it means we're going to fall short on the standard that we're trying to maintain with what we do. So.
Councilmember Singh, did you have?
I want to thank you not only for the work, but the passion too, which I have a deep appreciation to have an affection for your profession. And also, I really think when we look at our financial audit, as we're preparing for budget season, having a team do a deep dive to figure out what is the best ROI for the community in terms of the jobs that we have to do every year on an annual basis, the staff time and capacity. And I just want to give a shout out not only to your team, but to the city manager in driving this throughout the community. I don't know if you read comments online. Sometimes we're criticized for bad fiscal management. So I just want to give a really appreciative shout out to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is great. I remember when we sort of dropped this on you guys a year ago, and the context, which you haven't really talked about yet, was the question of whether we wanted to go to a phase out for the community, right? Sort of slowly banning these things. And our approach that we decided on your behalf was, okay, let's prove that it works, right? And you guys picked it up and ran with it. And I just want to echo what everybody else has been saying. I really appreciate the care with which you've approached this. So you guys have to have tools that work for you, right? 100%. Kind of sounds like 4 of them work for you pretty well.
Yeah, I mean...
3 of them.
3 of the 4.
Was it 3?
Yeah.
Okay, 3 of them.
The backpack blower is the challenge.
Yeah, I was setting that aside. So,
but I mean, we would excitedly move forward with implementing tons of battery of the other 3. They're all working really good.
So from my perspective, the upfront cost is justified by the ROI, and that's the way we have to think about these things.
Yeah.
So that's my perspective for sure. On the leaf blowers issue, so the report, the AIR, contains some success stories from the Ann Arbor companies, right, that that are turning a profit based on all electric. And I'm sure they've got leaf blowers because they have to have leaf blowers because that's their landscaping companies. And some of them talk about their ROIs, that they're really impressive and they're looking forward to working with them. And one of the things I noticed is that one of the companies is using a different brand, the Cress brand, and they have a charger that charges batteries in 8 minutes and has 4 ports. And so you just cycle through the same batteries. Instead of having 36, you have 2, and you just go back. And so maybe there's a larger space of possibilities here for the blowers. And then a related question is the MSU study. How did they solve that issue? How did MSU solve the electric leaf blower issue, or did they just run away from it?
I don't have an answer for you at the moment.
Okay.
I didn't attend. This was maybe about a year ago, and I wasn't present at that presentation.
Okay.
I just got some takeaways from it from other people.
If I may, we do have Cliff in the audience, and he may have a little bit more knowledge than that, but related to the batteries that you're referring to that can charge in 8 minutes, one of the things we got to always consider too is we got to have a power source for those batteries as well. So that means converting trucks with inverters to be able to then have a host of batteries that we can constantly charge as well. So we have to take some of that in consideration too when we look at that ROI as well.
Yep. Cliff, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, just to answer that one question about MSU and how do they solve that. From my understanding, with their electric blowers, they're using it for small tasks like blowing out a stairwell and entrances to buildings. They're not utilizing them for larger tasks. I don't know if they're using blowers at all. There might be some like the push behind or like the attachments to a tool cat type of thing. But that question did come up, and they said, well, we just don't use it for those hardcore maintenance jobs because it wasn't really practical.
So it sounds like you can sort of take a bit of a bifurcated approach. You go with the electric for all the other stuff that makes sense, and then keep your eye out on what the options are for the blowers, and see if something could change in the next few years, and then we could have this conversation again at some point.
Well, yeah, the technology obviously is going to keep growing, and they'll just get more efficient at making these products. So yeah.
Yep. And then I guess the other question that I had is, is anybody interested in revisiting this question of an ordinance to phase out gas leaf blowers in the community? Is this something that we want to think about, or do we just want to keep trying to do proof of concept for the city and have the community follow the city?
I guess my preference would be for us to develop an ordinance so that we can at least discuss about the details and provide the public an opportunity to comment on it. I think that the document that we received from Ann Arbor or from our own staff indicated that over 100 communities have already adopted this type of ordinance. I think it's worthwhile for us to take a look at it as developed so that we can at least have the public comment on it.
Other reaction on that?
Are you saying phase out for city?
No.
For
the community
members?
And the approach would be all the ordinances, I think, that are out there are phased, right? So you get people used to the idea. You ban them over the summer when they're not in heavy use, at least initially. You get people used to the idea of converting to the electric, and then slowly you project 4 or 5 years down the road. You say at that point there's going to be no more whatever it is allowed, and give people a chance to get used to it.
Yeah, I'd be open to that, and I'm interested how the public feels. I know in my household we fight over our electric leaf blower. That's kind of fun. We like to have on Cricket Lane, but anyway. I'm sorry, it's after 9. You know how I get.
I do. Mr. Whalen, any?
I guess I am concerned about more of a burden financially on our residents when you don't use hedge trimmer very often. I use it once a year, and my hedge trimmer is probably 25 years old, and it works perfect. So I think I want to be careful of a new burden for our taxpayers. It's already hard enough to take care of our houses, and I would not want things to not be taken care of because of the burden of the extra cost. And I know that just buying different equipment this year myself, it's very burdensome to get the nicer stuff. I think it's always good to have information out there. I think it's a great example that we're setting. I'm just a little bit concerned about a mandate.
Yep, and one thing that's relevant to that is part of the thing that kicked off this discussion in the Commission on the Environment was the fact that Board of Water and Light is offering rebates for people to turn in their gas appliances and get the electric ones. So that helps a little bit mitigating the burden. I think understanding that that is a real issue. Mr. Grigsby, did you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I think I'm with Councilmember Whaley in regards just the apprehension of the affordability and the expense it costs to invest in that. And I mean, just depending on the reaction we get initially from the community, would probably sway me in that direction or not, to be honest with you.
But it sounds like there's at least interest in having the conversation.
Cliff wanted to say something.
You had mentioned potentially, putting together an ordinance package just for discussion. For clarity for us, would that be for all small engines or focusing on the backpack or focusing on blowers, which was the initial, community outcry, so to speak? I guess what's your temperature on that, just as we explore next steps? And I see Mr. Bellman has his hand up too.
Mr. Bellman.
So I just want to go full circle in the fact that we recognize that the blower may be the less efficient or practical equipment, but is the noisiest that we hear the most complaints about. So I don't know how we balance the issue that it may not be, I'm not going there. How we balance that requirement with the fact that, you just shared MSU doesn't use it for large projects. They do it on smaller projects. We see where we would go through a lot of batteries on any of our major, areas that we're trying to clean up. And so it's really striking that balance if blowers are our main item that we're trying to address in the ordinance.
One of the issues that comes up in the AIR is that the uses for most homeowners, for blowers, for most homeowners are going to be a lot more limited than what landscaping companies use or what the city uses, because they've got lots that are limited in size. They're not doing an entire downtown blowout, right? And so it may be that what's available, so that's another variable in this issue, is that it may just be less of a burden. So,
but would this apply to commercial
well,
providers too? Right.
And so they would need time to adapt. Right, they would need time. Yes, Mr. Chappell.
And if I may, if we do consider this, the one thing to keep in mind is for commercial units, the cost is going to go up. You see, if they have to purchase electric versus gas, their costs go up, and that cost gets handed off to the consumers, which is our residents and our taxpayers. So we have to consider all that as well.
I guess, you don't hear complaints about hedge trimmers, right? You hear complaints about leaf blowers. That's the core thing. So I guess, there's lots of options we could adopt. I guess my inkling would be to follow the lead of a municipality that has done this successfully and try to do what they did, which I think means leaf blowers, in my mind, at least for initial consideration. That would be my proposal.
I think my pushback possibly would be that this is the more expensive item, and it is a critical item in the fall. I know that the fall is a huge issue, at least on the streets with a lot of trees like mine. It is a huge labor issue, and sometimes blowing your leaves is much better on your back than pulling them out. My wife would rather I do that than doing how I do it. But I think if this is the least effective of the four pieces, I think time's on our side. I think we could let listen to the community, listen to the situation. But if this is the technology that's not been developed as well as the others, I think we have some time.
So I guess I would suggest that we proceed with a draft ordinance for discussion. I don't know that there's, taking the perspective that time is on our side, I don't know that we're going to target anything for summer of 26. I think that's probably too quick. That would be my thinking. And so maybe sort of targeting summer of 27. Mr. Meadows?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of targeting anything, especially if we have a phase-in period or a phase-out period. So, I mean, one of the things that I know you're concerned about is that we would be burdening our taxpayers with an additional cost. But there's no magic to the 5 years. So if it is the time frame set, whatever it was, 6.5 years for most gas blowers to actually need replacement, that could be something that could be in this ordinance as well. And we can certainly discuss that at some point in the future. But also by talking about this and potentially adopting it, you know, we've created a model for other activity in the future, which may be more affordable for people as well. And we don't know that this won't become more affordable as time goes on, because demand is what creates the lower cost within a community. And by creating this demand or encouraging it, maybe by the time we add some things to this, or some future council does, then you know, it'll be more acceptable to people.
Is that sufficient direction for everybody?
I think so. I think we got direction here. We'll bring it back to our team, and we'll come up with develop a draft ordinance and be able to present.
Great. Thanks again for your work. I think this is really measured, careful approach. So
thank you very much.
Item 6.4, discussion of recommended ordinance amendments from the Green Code Study Committee, Mr. Walls. And Mr. Bartley and Ms. Whitney, full court press.
So I'll just start us out real quick with the Green Code Study Committee was convened by the Planning Commission in late 2024 with the purpose of essentially looking at our codes and trying to figure out how they could become more environmentally sustainable, specifically following some flooding that happened in July of that year. Just wanted to, so the focus started with stormwater, focusing specifically on stormwater, and then after a couple months of meeting, the committee shifted gears in the summer of 2025 to zoning ordinance items and also some sort of non-stormwater code amendments. So we'd like to present some sort of high-level concepts that we are looking for your feedback on and sort of direction. Would you like us to come back with which items when, I guess, is what we're looking for as far as feedback tonight. So we'll start with Cliff, who will cover DPW's items, and then we'll move on to Grace, and then we'll take questions.
Yeah, thank you. Cliff Walls, DPW, Environmental Sustainability Manager. You can move ahead on the slide, and yeah, this just covered what Landon just discussed. You can move again. And just for some further background, there's the Wet Weather Resiliency Plan, which is our, big hydraulic modeling project where we're, identifying vulnerabilities to stormwater and, identifying flood mitigation alternatives. The charge that this group had was, what can we do in the near term that is kind of a quicker and easier than these full-scale, plan-oriented capital projects. And so what the group came up with the help of staff, the first one, this is not an ordinance change. This would have to do with the policy of the engineering department. So this would be climate-adjusted design storms. So all developers and us as engineers as well, design infrastructure and stormwater management features to a design storm. So something like a 100-year 24-hour storm, a 10-year 24-hour storm. That's what we mean by that. And there's a particular volume in inches that is associated with that depth, duration, frequency curve. Basically, when we say a 10-year, 24-hour storm, how many inches are we talking about? A lot of the data that's out there is backwards looking. It's looking at historical data to determine what we could expect in the future. But we know things are changing. Things are getting more intense. We're getting more rain. And so as part of our wet weather resiliency project, HDR had done a climate projection and identified East Lansing's anticipated rainfall volumes under different scenarios. One being the global community gets together and meets emissions targets, and the other being things kind of continue unabated and we have emissions at the current pace. Under the worst case scenario there, the estimate for our region would be a 20% increase in rainfall volumes. That's ignoring intensity. I think there's going to be some changes we'll make to intensity too. But this would be requiring developers to meet what we see as end of century worst case scenario for when they're designing their projects. We know that these things are supposed to be in the ground, pipes, detention ponds, all that, they're in there for decades, so we want to make sure that we're designing them to last throughout the life cycle. And this is what that would do, is about a 20% increase in volumes. There'd be variable impact on development cost. It's hard to predict that because it all depends where you're at. If you're on the north end of town and it's green space, this means digging another foot in your detention pond. It's pretty minimal cost and there's not much engineering that goes along with that. If you're downtown, it's going to be a little bit more because you're going to have to engineer a way to capture 20% more in a space that's fairly limited. There may be some underground detention alternatives, and there's definitely solutions for that. But the point I'm trying to make is there's really no standard, what does this mean? It all depends on the context of where that project is and the site constraints that exist. You can move ahead on the slide. The second recommendation was to create a small site post-construction policy. So we have a post-construction stormwater standard. It's a requirement of our stormwater permits that are from EGLE but stemming from the Clean Water Act and EPA. Right now our threshold for post-construction standard applicability is 1 acre. So what that means is if there's a new development that comes in, their post-development condition and the impact on the volume of stormwater can't be much worse than the pre-development condition. So if you take a forested area and a field and pave it over, you got to figure out a way to capture that increased runoff on site. It's very standard for that 1 acre threshold. That's the EPA recommendation, and some have reduced it. I think it's just been the last 3 years where the New York City reduced theirs from 1 acre. So you can imagine, I imagine they don't have a ton of projects that are 1 acre or more. So what the committee wants to do or recommended that occurs is that keep that as a separate regulatory program to satisfy EGLE requirements. Create a separate policy that would apply to projects that are half acre or contribute 1,000 square foot of new impervious. So the idea behind that would be an ability for the city to regulate and control the cumulative impact of sub-threshold impervious growth. And there's a lot of impervious surface that gets nickeled and dimed. A new driveway here, a new patio here. The idea behind this would be excluding single-family homes, but for commercial buildings, having ability to regulate and require management of stormwater on site for some of these smaller projects. The idea would also be to focus on design, like the inherent design qualities, so not focusing on very high maintenance BMPs like rain gardens and bioretention. We are definitely supportive of those, but the city as a staff and owners also would have a difficult time practically managing and tracking hundreds of pothole-sized rain gardens. The idea would be focusing on oversized pipes with a smaller outlet, just to control on-site the rate and the volume that's coming off of these newly impervious surfaces. So there would be a less administrative burden on both owner and city than would exist in a normal regulatory environment. And then the third is, well, I guess backing up, one that's not on here, but kind of part of both the two previous ones would be for projects that do not add new impervious, but are existing on existing 100% impervious, for example. There was interest in developing a policy to require a reduction in stormwater runoff, or stormwater runoff leaving the site. So that kind of fits within those two, but it wouldn't be necessarily capturing new runoff, but addressing old problems now that we know better. And then the third is explore the feasibility of a stormwater utility to provide dedicated stormwater funding. So if you're not familiar with a stormwater utility is a mechanism to raise revenue for stormwater related projects. Right now, a lot of the stormwater work, the regulatory side and just our normal operation side, is unfunded. It's an unfunded mandate. There's, supported purely through the general fund. And you think about other utilities like your water, your sewer, sanitary sewer, they're metered. So the amount that you pay is relative to the impact and the burden that you place on the system. Stormwater in a lot of places is like that. There's 1,500 or 1,700 stormwater utilities around the country, many of them in the Great Lakes region. Michigan only has 12 due to some legal uncertainty that's been recently changed. But the idea behind this would be to create a mechanism for funding projects and for creating a repayment mechanism to allow us to leverage SRF loans by creating a stormwater utility, relieving the burden from the general fund model where homeowners and commercial interest are all paying, their millage rate, and then creating a fee structure where it's based on the amount that you're actually burdening the system, then that would then support the funding of programs and, flood mitigation projects and all that. Another component of that is they're tax exempt entities right now because you're tax exempt, aren't funding stormwater. And there's a lot of impervious surface in tax exempt properties. And so the fee structure would address that. And I did kind of mention it, but right now, like a lot of our sewer work that we're doing, there's $50 million projects here and there. Those are through SRF, the State Revolving Fund. In the last 3 or 4 years, the state expanded the scope of the SRF loan fund to add stormwater. It's a growing issue. We all know stormwater is top of mind, not just here, but all communities. As of this year, 0 applicants have applied for that loan funding, and I think last year was only 1. I think there's only been 1 in the 4 years, but either way, it's single digits. The reason for that is communities, as an unfunded mandate, stormwater, don't have project plans, which we will have soon because the Wet Weather Resiliency Plan, which will define a community-driven capital improvement plan around stormwater. What we and many others lack also to leverage that funding is a dedicated repayment mechanism. General fund doesn't count. You have to have something like we do in the sewer world where you have your sewer rates, and that's how we're able to leverage that funding. First $5 million of stormwater loans is also 0% interest. They're really trying to encourage people to do it. So this would help solve a problem like that. It's years in the making, though. You'd have to do a lot of background, but it's something that the committee saw worth exploring. And before I move on to the non-stormwater stuff, happy to answer any questions on that. There was a lot there.
There was a lot there. Mr. Whalen?
I think for a lot of residents, White Hills is the big issue, right? I was walking through water that was above my thigh in the middle of intersections. So, and I know there was a meeting about that. I wasn't aware of it until after it happened. Is there any kind of solutions for those neighborhoods that got flooded so badly in that horrible storm 2 years ago or whatever that was? I know it's a very expensive proposition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an engineer, but an engineer would say it's hard to engineer your way out of a 9-inch rain event in a sub 12-hour span.
Right.
But what we are doing with the wet weather resiliency plan, and actually in, I think, early February, we'll have a public meeting. It's not planned yet, but we'll make sure it's all advertised and you all invited, just as like a project update. But what we're doing through that is through modeling of the entire drainage network, identifying our biggest vulnerabilities today and in the future. And so we have kind of curated that list down, or the data has curated that list down, and White Hills and others are a part of that. Some of those big problem areas like on Applegate. And so what our consultant's doing is identifying different capital improvement projects that we could implement that could address these largest concern areas. But just not just East Lansing, not just White Hills, when you get 9 inches of rain in that amount of time, there's limited engineering, but I think some of the conversations we're going to be having as a community are going to help us kind of think through what is a problem and what can we shift our mindset of like where water can and should be. So I'm kind of going down a rabbit hole on that, but flooding in the road, like if it's not blocking the ambulance and it's only going to be like there for 30 minutes or so, there's a lot of storage there. Leaving it at the road means you don't have to spend millions of dollars on conveyance. And so like if we talk about the level of service and kind of align that specifically and geographically based on this data and the model, I think that we can't stop water from coming, but we can put it where it is least harmful. And I'll stop there because I'll just go down a wormhole that won't end.
Any other intermediate questions? Mr. Rigsby?
I just got, when you talked about downtown and the 20% to the developers and the redevelopment, is that a significant amount to price out a potential project in some ways when it comes to that level of quality for the sewer?
It's a good
Not
question,
sewer,
and it's something that I think, with this part of this exercise was taking the temperature of council. We did have a consultant to help us a little bit on identifying like what would it take to add that, to absorb that 20%, absorb not in like the water way, but like in the project management way. Typically don't hold me to these numbers, but drainage, depending on the context and where it is, might be 2, 3, 4, 5% of your overall construction cost. And if you're increasing that by 20%, you're increasing 20% volume needs on something that's already a pretty small component of your project. Like I mentioned, if you're out, like where MSUFCU is, and like some of these developments that have happened out there, it's a matter, simplified, is another scoop with the excavator to get another foot down. So you have another, bit of freeboard in your drainage pond. It's different if it's a large development downtown. But again, it kind of depends on how the interface between those two separate policies. Because downtown is already highly impervious, the change, like the delta between existing conditions and future conditions, is minimal. It's already impervious, so what they have to capture as written now is only related to the new impervious they create. If we say you need to fix the problems of the past 100 years, and the fact that these standards didn't exist until 2003, whatever, then it changes it a little bit, because there would be a greater impact in a highly urbanized environment. The specific numbers and percentages, are going to be highly dependent on that particular project, and I don't feel equipped to answer that with like a good dollar figure. But the downtown would be more impacted than your green space, which is another kind of trade-off, I guess.
Okay, forge ahead.
I can do these ones quicker. I know it's getting late. For urban forestry, we had some ideas just to clarify the process with the ordinance. Payment in lieu, so if a developer can't fit trees onto the site, they could help support public planting, have a restricted fund. Standardized tree replacement. I know for the planning commission, it gets kind of confusing where they lean heavily on staff like me or our forestry coordinator, just for some of those replacement considerations. And if we could have something a little more standardized, I think it'd be more fair and easier for staff and commissioners. The big change on this, it's not super impactful in terms of like ordinance and all that, but I think would be very helpful. Right now, if a tree contractor in good faith or in bad does something wrong and say cuts down a city tree, the way it works now is it's on the property owner who hired that work, because you may not be able to ever find out who did that, privately, like the private contractor. And when homeowners and private tree companies tell me, well, I didn't know, like I know it's a bad excuse, but I believe them. And we have a tree manual, we have FAQs, we have all this stuff to make it clear what our rules are, what our ordinances are, what they can and can't do when they operate in the city of East Lansing. But I feel like having a registration system that's not, intended to make revenue, but basically just there to, the small administrative fee, if that, have a system to where if you're working in the city of East Lansing as a tree care operator, you need to be registered. All registration would mean is you sign off as like the principal of that company that you've read our ordinance, you understand it, you'll follow it, and you understand our standards of practice, and you'll follow it. The idea would be, first offense, hey, you have a week to get registered. Second offense, there's no excuse, because you know what you can and can't do in the city of East Lansing. And then that's where we would, as it's envisioned, come in with penalties. But the idea would be to offer a little bit more protection to our residents and even our businesses. When you hire an electrician or a plumber, you're expecting them to know the permits and know the rules, and you're paying them to do a job. In the tree world, it should be the same. We want people to have the confidence that they're not, getting themselves into trouble unknowingly. And so putting that burden on the professionals, I think burden's kind of a strong word for what we're envisioning. But just to protect our residents a little bit more. And we could always even keep a list that says, not that would endorse anyone, but say, hey, these are the currently legal to operate companies. And we have some precedent for this, like our coal tar seal coat ordinance. This was like the draft is basically that ordinance, just changing coal tar seal coat operators to tree care companies. And so it's something that we have administrative experience with for similar private companies in this capacity.
Excuse me, and to be clear, we're only talking about city-owned trees right now, right?
Well,
'Cause
yes.
If I'm going to have a tree taken down in my backyard.
The idea behind this registration would be that to operate on private or public property, you would be registered. You, as a resident, you can do whatever you want. There's some exemptions. There's exemptions largely for residential single-family homes for our tree ordinance. But there are still considerations, because we'll run into situations where you have a tree in your backyard. It's too big to climb. They got to get a crane in there. So they go block the street with the crane, put the booms down. The booms destroy the road. We don't have record because they didn't know that they needed a right-of-way permit for closing that road. Also, the road closure we need to know about so the police and fire are aware of it. But it ensures, like, that permit is necessary so we can collect their insurance, so we can protect the public for their damage on the road. Even though it's a fully private project and that you can do as you wish, if their access to it requires a permit, which happens all the time with tree care companies, because they have a lot of equipment. They often need right-of-way permits. The idea would be to make sure that they are also aware of those rules for private property.
Mr. Grigsby, did you have a...
I was just curious, how often does the accidental tree thing happen? And this is like new to me. And then or how many trees a year or is the average of that happening for the city?
It's definitely in the single digits in terms of events, or like number of events, but we've had situations where this has been very impactful in terms of its visibility and the number of trees impacted by single events. So I would say I mean, see you guys giggling over here. That probably tells you there's some notable examples that have inspired this as a reaction to them. You can go next. I think I have one more. Yeah, and this is multifamily recycling. This is something we've heard about for years, probably 20 years. I've only been here for 4, lived here longer, but when I was on the Commission on the Environment, this was a topic too. Multifamily housing, we've invested a ton of resources, and we're, I would say, one of the strongest single-family, two-family home. We serve our single-family homes with curbside recycling exceptionally well, and we have a great program. We have a multifamily recycling ordinance that basically said anything built after 2007, apartment complexes, had to have multifamily recycling, had to have recycling amenities for its residents. But most of our complexes were built before 2007. So a large part of our population doesn't have guaranteed access. And because it's not guaranteed or legislated, most of them don't have it at all, like the market's not really driving it. And we hear from students all the time, not just students though. Newman Lofts has been one. I think there's been a lot of work with the owners there to come to, to solve some of the residents' issues. But it's not an issue that we exclusively hear from MSU students. It's up and down the age range and the style of housing and the quality of housing. And some communities have addressed this. They've had similar loopholes, so to speak, or something where you could be grandfathered in. I think it was like Sarasota Springs or Steamboat Springs, and then maybe Orlando. I have these examples, but don't quote me on those names. But where they took a multi-year approach, where they said, okay, everyone, you have 6 years to figure this out. If you're a huge corporate landlord, you may have less time. Down to the mom and pops, you got much longer time to provide services. In theory, which is not always the case, you have a set amount of materials that are coming out of any particular building. By saying that you have to have recycling, your trash volume should go down. You should be just diverting your material and managing it differently. So there, like some of the space constraints that we see with like needing dumpsters, there's some nuance there. Like you don't need to necessarily have the same amount that you would otherwise need if you're only doing trash. But there's a lot of moving parts where if the only place that they can put their dumpster, they're already up against the planning requirements for parking minimums, or the building doesn't have the capacity, or they don't have the money to redo their waste room. There's all types of moving parts that touch different areas of the ordinance. It makes it very complex. There's also the issue of contamination, which is a very real issue in the recycling world. And so kind of the thought of the committee was, let's do a pilot project, let's find some interested apartments, let's identify the barriers that exist, let's let them go try to do it, and then see like what barriers exist internally with them, and then also administratively with the city, try to break down those barriers, but then use that to kind of inform what's possible here. Is there even space? Like, could they even get someone to service them? Working with our haulers, private haulers in the area to learn some of that information. So kind of in the exploratory phase, but that's the background to how we got here, and it's probably 20 years in the making, honestly. Every year, that's probably the Commission on the Environment's #1 testimony. I took too
I
much
just want
time.
to highlight the USC has also talked about that, University Student Commission. So thank you.
You gotta keep going.
Okay.
There is.
I think I'm done.
Sorry.
Oh.
Isn't there a huge concern with people throwing trash into the recycling bins, right?
Yeah.
And then that ends up, then all of that combined has to go into the trash.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think that's the concern with people who don't own that piece. They're just getting rid of their stuff.
Yeah.
I would think that would be a huge concern.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough.
And that's regardless, maybe the landlord's trying to be a good neighbor,
Mm-hmm.
but yet the people dumping their stuff, illegal dumping and this and that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're moving to planning.
Yep.
Great.
If you could go to the next slide. We'll start with some of the zoning stuff. So there's like a wide range of things that we covered within the zoning ordinance. There's a lot of things that touch on different environmental issues. The first one had to do with our landscaping requirements. So currently our requirements are pretty minimal. So there's some examples on here of things that the committee discussed. So one of the things was increasing some screening requirements, and there was also an emphasis on having preservation of landmark trees, which that varies depending on the species of tree, exactly how large that is, and that can be defined. But designating those as important site features that within site plan reviews, there's an expectation to design around that when possible, as well as trying to make our tree replacement standards within the zoning ordinance consistent with the tree manual, where things should be replaced, and also specifying that those replacement standards are separate from the existing landscaping requirements for screening and parking lots and things like that, that there's an expectation to provide those landscaping requirements as well as the replacement. And also providing some options like Cliff went over with the tree manual for instances where there's not space on the site to provide that. So next slide, please. The next topic that the committee talked about at length was parking requirements. So we went over some examples in the committee of some places within the city that are very overparked. So one of the prime examples we went over was the Meyer out on Lake Lansing, that we went through aerials of the parking lot at different times of year, different times of day, different days of the week, and almost always that there's at least half the parking lot that's empty. So, and that development is not in great excess of what would have been required for them for parking. So something that they talked about was that while there is a need for parking minimums, there's some that we can consider lowering that they went over, as well as providing a process for waivers. So there's an instance, you know, with the Meyer that clearly there's not a demand for quite as much parking, especially since a lot of people are doing shopping online, deliveries, things like that. And that those smaller waivers could be granted by the zoning administrator, and when you get to a larger waiver, that would be part of a planning commission process. And that those would be based on criteria, you know, where there's incentives for public transit, there's shared parking between different uses, there's available public parking nearby, so things like that, that there's a list of criteria that you would have to satisfy to be eligible for that kind of waiver. And then they also looked at requiring sites that are asking for more than 10% of that parking requirement to also request a waiver, so that you're not providing a great excess of paving area beyond what's required. 10% over the parking. Yes, 10% over their parking minimum, yeah. And then also another topic of discussion was bike parking, and there was a strong push from the committee that while we have standards for bike parking and a lot of places are providing that, that's something that would be of a large benefit to people who bike frequently is having a covered bike parking area designated within each site, because, you know, when your bike is getting rained on, it's far less appealing to bike. Next slide, please. So the next topic was electric vehicles. I know this is something that the council discussed briefly probably about 2 years ago now. That there was a desire to provide a mix of requirements for EV capable, ready, and EV installed spaces. So that's basically just different levels of where you are down the electrical circuit of installation. So the EV installed actually has that charger attached that you can use. And so they looked at wanting to provide specific ratios for EV spaces based on the use. And that would be based on when you have places that have a quicker parking turnover, there's not as much of a need for an EV space because people aren't spending as much time there. You might have one or two, but at places like a grocery store or a movie theater where people are anticipating spending a longer period of time, you would want a higher ratio of chargers because you're anticipating that lower turnover. They also discussed a desire to have level 3 chargers be able to be installed as a substitute for multiple level 2 chargers to kind of incentivize that as an option for those quicker charging options. And for those who aren't familiar, there are 3 levels of EV charging. So a level 1 is something that it's very slow and typically is what people would have in their home that you plug in your car overnight. Level 2 chargers are relatively common in like public parking lots. They take a longer period of time to charge than a level 3, but are faster than that level 1, and that's a lot of what you see in public spaces. And what's becoming more common are the level 3 chargers, which are also a DC fast charger, and those charge at a much higher rate of speed. You can get a full charge in a much shorter amount of time. But also the cost to install those is greater, so there's kind of that trade-off. And then they also wanted to allow for reductions in the number of chargers with a waiver process similar to parking waivers, so that there's some flexibility in that. Next slide, please. They also discussed ground coverage requirements. There was a discussion about permeable pavers, and that's something that they expressed interest in as a committee, allowing to count partially against ground coverage. We also recently, the council adopted some clarification language about permeable pavers, and that included a requirement for them to have a maintenance plan involved with them because, for lack of a better term, if they aren't maintained, the porous material gets clogged. There's also an interest in allowing green roofs to count partially against ground coverage, probably not at 100% ratio because there is some trade-off with how much you're actually absorbing versus running off, but at least in part versus not having a green roof counting towards the ground coverage. Next slide, please.
Just to really quick explain too, the ground coverage requirement is essentially just saying you can only cover so much of your site with impervious materials. So it could be a house or a driveway or a sidewalk or garage or whatever it might be. So in most places, you have a certain percentage of the property that cannot be covered, must remain porous, and so that would just respond to this.
Thanks. Okay. Oh, sorry. Next slide. The committee also covered beekeeping ordinances. So this is a question that I get more often than I ever would have guessed. I have gotten quite a few calls from people with questions about beekeeping. And we technically don't allow or disallow it. And so so the committee kind of expressed an interest in setting up a framework so that we could have good guidelines for people who are wanting to do this and have a good system in place. I am truly shocked by how many questions I get about beekeeping. So the process that they kind of envisioned was having some kind of licensing requirement similar to what people have to get to keep chickens in their yard. Kind of that similar process. And then looking at some best practices, they reviewed information from MSU Extension about having spacing that's required between hives and only allowing a certain amount per lot area, making sure that you're adequately taking care of these bees so they don't become a nuisance to your neighbors. So honeybees are typically very friendly, I guess. They're not the type of bee that will typically sting you unless very much provoked. They die if they sting you. So that's not really what their goal in life is. And they're typically not aggressive. So I know that that's a concern that people voice a lot about having bees, but honeybees in general typically are pretty docile. So as long as they are being managed correctly, and that's the point of having this framework, is to make sure that that is being managed properly. So I think that that's the last slide of specific information. Okay.
So we presented quite a bit to you tonight, and I think, Mayor, you were on the committee, and I hope we've accurately described the committee's discussions and recommendations. At this point, we're looking for general direction and guidance. Are there any priority items that you feel that we should move forward immediately with? Are there anything that we presented that you don't feel that is a priority at all this time? We're just looking for your direction and guidance.
Comments, questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, beekeeping is a thing. I mean, I was on the campaign trail, and there's a couple of residents that have bees. So, yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Things become things, and it's good that we're responsive, I think. Mr. Whalen, did you have? Councilmember Singh?
I'm interested in the EV chargers as a new to market EV driver. but I contest. I want fast chargers everywhere. And because I argue, like, the market hasn't really caught up. Like, we don't have enough of a framework to really, so like, you drive out of your way to find fast charging. It could be a destination to come have lunch or whatever downtown. Anyway.
Mr. Meadows.
Well, I agree with that comment. I think that we can encourage this and encourage business activity by providing a spot where people know that they can do a fast charge. So I think the additional cost is worth it in the long run. In terms of priorities here, I guess I'd rather see you provide a proposed priority list to us. You know, I look at this and I think, especially after whatever we got in 4 hours, you know, last year, coming down that, you know, stormwater is a high priority, I think, for us to take a look at. And, but as we go down the list, all these are great ideas, but, you know, we have only so much time, and we've got other work that we need to do, just like you do. So having you develop a priority list and provide it to us, I think is a great idea. So.
Yes, please.
I forgot to mention also on the campaign trail, I utilized the electric bike. And it was very successful in being able to kind of cover, but I was always limited about the charging. And so I don't know, I may have missed it, but I don't know if you're also talking about that as well as a possibility within that plan. But it's something I definitely want to bring up. And then a lot of conversations I had about my bike amongst the issues there, people were really appreciative. And I think that going forward, I think you'll see more people who have access to possibly the charging stations, if you will, with that electric bike situation. Maybe something that to look forward to as well.
So I have various thoughts. So there were some priorities implicit in your presentation that I agree with. I think the multi-cycling thing is, or the multi-family recycling thing is really attractive and really hard, right? And so this idea of going for a pilot project and not immediately doing ordinance changes, I think is exactly right. And from my perspective, it's, if, for example, people on COE want to grab this and run with it, that's terrific. I'm not sure how much staff time we want to invest in this, just because it's such a hard problem to solve for some of the reasons that came up earlier. The EV charging ordinance, you know, we had some meetings with other stakeholders around the state about this, and it's really difficult to know what to do because you don't know where the market's going. Things like fast chargers require the utility to get involved because they need to be able to supply the power for them, and they're really expensive to install. So there's just a whole. So I guess what I saw in your ordinance was, I think, a nice list of things that we could change the current. What I saw on your slide was a list of things that we could do to change the current ordinance in a relatively straightforward way, like replacing 5 level 2 chargers with a level 3, or 2 with a level 3 or something, making it really attractive to put that in to address that that issue. And I'm not sure how much it's worth putting a whole lot of time into that research just because it's so fluid, but some changes to bring it up to date wouldn't hurt in my mind. I think the stormwater stuff has to be kind of top priority. I think there's money budgeted for a stormwater feasibility study. I think the sooner that gets started, the better. There's stuff we can do to address the White Hills problems, but it's really expensive. So we have to have a funding source, and we have to get that moving. That's the only way forward to really solve some of these issues. So that's a high priority for me. Judging by the decisions we made over the past couple of years, there were 2 things that came up a couple of times. One was new projects where we added ad hoc conditions to reduce stormwater runoff. And I think that should be in an ordinance so we don't have to do that ad hoc every time. I think that's really important. And then the other one is replacement trees, which we did the same way. We did that ad hoc. Let's get it in an ordinance so that everybody's clear. And so, you know, if we had 2 projects in the past 2 years where that was an issue, and there was a third that we could have applied those standards to and we didn't, that was sort of what triggered the whole thinking. Let's try to prepare so that the next one that comes through, we save everybody some effort and have some clarity. I think the idea of using a green roof as an offset against ground coverage is a great idea. because anybody can do a green roof, right, if they want. And so, and it kind of dovetails with the idea of a stormwater utility. Let's start getting people thinking along those lines. So that's, all the ideas were great. I got no concerns about any of them. But those are my thoughts about what we might want to prioritize. Unless anybody has objections or anything else. Okay. Is that useful guidance? Or at least guidance? Okay, all right. Thank you for your presentation. This was great. We learned a lot. And that was a great committee. That Green Code Committee was really a good group. Okay, 6.5, discussion of permanent precinct consolidation. City Clerk.
Right. Good evening, Council. My name is Emily. I'm the East Lansing City Clerk. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a presentation that I did for you all. Let's see. Sharing my screen. Okay. So tonight we're talking about precinct consolidation. Our Deputy Clerk, Amy Gordon, is also here to answer any questions as well. From here, our objective is to let you know what we're doing, kind of get some feedback. We obviously want to key in stakeholders. And then we do have some strict deadlines that we have to adhere to. Everything has to be done by, or on January 6th is the last date. So that would be our first meeting in 2026. So we are presenting tonight with the intention of getting feedback from you, and then we are going to meet as an election commission coming up here as well. Election commission consists of myself, the mayor, and the city attorney. From there, we'll pass a resolution and then come back to council, hopefully with a resolution on the January 6th consent agenda. And then once that goes through, we'll be able to send it that night to the state so that everything will be approved.
Just
tonight,
as a matter of process, if we go past midnight that night, which is not completely unlikely, we would have to do something to make sure that that gets sent to the state on the 6th, correct?
typically the consent agenda is done before midnight, so I will, as soon as that's approved, I would be able to send
Got it.
that
Okay,
information off
great.
to the state.
Thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. That's a good question. Okay, so we're going to talk about our current precincts, considerations that we took, proposed changes that we're going to make, and then my recommendation as the city clerk. So why are we consolidating precincts? Right now, with the proposal or the passage of Public Act 227 in 2023, jurisdictions are now permitted under law to consolidate their precincts. So consolidation is a little bit of a word that scares people. I like to think of it as expanding our capacity, because before we were only allowed to have up to 2,999 voters per precinct, and now with Public Act 227, we are allowed to have 4,999 voters per precinct. With the threshold being raised, we're now able to expand the number of voters, and this can be determined by both the total number of voters or the active number of voters. So you'll see that in my presentation a little bit. When I talk about active voters, I mean active voters, voters who have voted in recent elections. When I talk about total voters, I mean voters who could potentially be on the challenge list or on a verify status, meaning for some reason they have been placed on those statuses through a number of methods through the state. This is a list of our current precincts. So we have Brody Hall, Martin Luther Chapel. We have the Hannah Community Center in this room, which is an amazing precinct. Precinct 4 is typically at Vineyard Church, but in 2025 it was temporarily relocated to Sherry Zedek. Precinct 5 is at Sherry Zedek. Precinct 6 is at Eastminster Presbyterian Church. I should make sure I define that, and it's not the preschool. And then Precinct 7 is St. Paul Lutheran. Precinct 8 is University Reformed Church. 9, Edgewood Church. 10 is also at Edgewood Church. Those two precincts share a room. Councilmember Meadows has been the chair there a couple of times. So, and then we have Precinct 11, which is at Bertram Hills. 12 is at the Union. 13 is at IM East. 14 is in the same building at IM East. 15 is at IM West, and then 16 is at the Wesley Foundation, which is University Reformed Church. And then 17 has historically always been at Sherry Zedek, but in 2023 we started relocating it temporarily for the elections and has been at DPW ever since 2023. So considerations we took, we worked a lot with just different departments through the city and then also with MSU. And now we are working with all of you. So we talked about proposed developments, things coming down the pipeline, and I'll get into that a little bit. The number of voters per precinct, like I said, the size of the polling location, so if the room would fit that many people in it, school, county, and congressional district lines, the number of MSU students, the options for voting in the city of East Lansing and the state of Michigan, the cost and financial responsibility of having 17 precincts or more, staffing concerns for precincts on election day, distance to the polling locations, communications to voters, parking, and accessibility within the precinct. We really wanted to take a robust and thoughtful approach to this as well. So it can't be understated how many more things we took into consideration, but those are probably the biggest things. The state did give guidance on how to, basically what the starting point was for us. What should we think about? So this is the guidance from the state that we had in our e-learning. Precincts should be as compact and as possible, using clearly observable boundary lines, such as specific roads. So don't cut through a neighborhood. If you look at our precinct maps, we did a really great job. The former clerks did a really great job when redistricting to make sure that all of our precincts were on clear, defined boundary lines. So that is something we definitely wanted to follow as well. Again, PA 227 just raised the size limit from 2,999 to 4,999 active voters. Fewer precincts would result in efficiency and allocation of election administration resources, which is something that we think is very important in the clerk's office. That includes not only financial, but obviously with staff as well. Increased usage of absentee voter ballots and the implementation of early voting may mean fewer voters in person on election day at the polls, which we have definitely seen. This is something to think about also, was planning ahead for newer developments, like I said, and then the size limit of a precinct. Can it hold that amount of people? Briefly talking about our voting options in the city of East Lansing. So we have absentee voting. Absentee ballots are available 40 days prior to an election. That's obviously standard for the state of Michigan. Early voting, and I put minimum of 9 days because we have gone above and beyond for every election so far, including the past election that we had. There are no local requirements for early voting, and we did 5 days of early voting. So I think that's really important it's a really important precedent to set for our voters, because not only do we want to keep it fresh in their mind that they have these options, but it's also, people like to utilize them, and I think it's a great form of accessibility as well. Then we have election day, which has become the least, popular one at this point, which you don't think about, but people really love early voting and absentee voting. And then we have same-day voter registration, which became, it passed in 2018-3, same-day voter registration. And the city of East Lansing has actually been able to utilize the Election Day Vote Center, which they are one of, I believe, three. We are one of three jurisdictions in the state of Michigan that are able to utilize that. And that is a place where people can register to vote same day and vote there. Okay, so just talking about our past temporary relocations, Precinct 4 moved from Vineyard Church to Sherry Zedek in 2025. So we were not there this year, and we consolidated those two precincts. So it was just one for 2020 or for the November election this year. And then Precinct 7, like I said, moved to DPW in 2023 and has stayed there through 2025. Which I don't see any DPW people here, but I do have to say that they have been absolutely incredible to work with. I was blown away when we went to meet with them in October. They had created their own signage and their own wayfinding system and parking, and I cannot even express how above and beyond they have gone to be accommodating for us. So if they were here, I would give them a shout out, but they have left. So now I'm going to get into what our changes are, and I'm going to first talk about our changes on one side of Grand River, so our more traditionally residential precincts, and then I'm going to talk about our options with campus precincts, because that's where we're really looking for the buy-in from all of you. So first, we want to consolidate precincts 2 and 3. This precinct will be located here in the Hannah Community Center in this room. So precinct 3 is a larger precinct. However, we did have 4 precincts, I believe, looking at Amy, in 2024, which is the largest election we've had in East Lansing to date. And 2 of those precincts were housed in this room, and it worked out very well. So consolidating those precincts, we can add more staff, more voting booths, things like that in this room. The total number of voters active for this consolidation would be 2,863 voters, and the total number of voters that includes verifying challenge status would be 3,447, putting us well under that 4,999 limit. So while we absolutely love Martin Luther Chapel as a polling location and they're great community partners, the parking on Election Day has definitely become a lot harder, given the fact that the only parking that we have is in the City Hall North lot. This poses a issue with not only things like pace, but making sure we have enough voter parking, making sure we have to bag those meters every time. And then we also have lines on Election Day at City Hall because of same-day voter registration. So we want to make sure that we are accommodating and thinking about that. And with moving it over to Hannah, we have not only a large parking lot, but we have the overflow parking lot on the side as well. Do we have any questions about that? Okay.
I have a general question for
Sure.
all this. Like, it would be helpful to understand what the early vote numbers are versus election day numbers.
Okay, we can take note of that.
Are you able to parse that out? Like,
So that's a good question, actually. It has, and I do have numbers for campus precincts for who voted in person, but it is a little bit harder because it's easy to delineate whether they were an absentee voter or an election day voter, but now we have, with early voting and also the election day vote centers and that same day voter registration, it's a little bit harder. So we had to physically go down in our records and pull paper to be able to find out who voted in person at that precinct on election day for campus, because a lot of them did utilize the election day vote center and register to vote same day. So we can work on, I can have Amy work on pulling up those numbers while we're here, and then we can touch on that a little bit at the end too. And are you specifically looking for 2024 numbers?
yeah,
Obviously, 'cause
probably
that's when.
that, yeah.
Okay.
Who voted on election day, and then, yeah.
It would probably be
AB.
just early voting numbers we could probably give you quickly.
Okay.
Okay. So our next change is going to be precincts 4 and 6. So this is Vineyard Church. We will now be moving over to Eastminster Presbyterian Church. This is another precinct consolidation that makes a lot of sense to us. Obviously, like those considerations said, we are able to have clearly defined lines within those precincts. Those precincts are in the same congressional district. They are in the same county commission district, and they're right next to each other. They're really butting up to each other. So moving these precincts over to Eastminster, Eastminster's been a great location for us. They have a lot of parking. They have a clear defined entrance and exit, which is underrated, but is super important on a large election day to have 2 doors where you can clearly define an entrance and exit. And it's also very accessible. Vineyard Church has been a little bit more of a struggle in regards to parking. It's a much smaller location. Getting in and out of that parking lot is a lot more of a struggle. And also, people have a hard time locating that too on election day. So being able to combine 4 and 6, and I will also say 4 and 6 are 2 of our precincts that utilize absentee ballots. So that is also taken into consideration, our perm ballot list. Okay, and then precinct 9 and 10 is pretty much our no-brainer precinct because they share a polling location, they share all of the same boundary lines, they share all of the same congressional district, state district, or congressional county commission district, all of those things. So, school district. So, for anyone that's been in this room, we basically split the room in half. It's one room that we use. And so we did combine these two precincts again for November, much smaller election, but it worked out really well and we had really great feedback from those chairs and election workers in that room. And so that would bring us to, and total active voters, 2,451, and total voters, 2,993, and that would bring us way under the threshold. And this is one of those precincts that we're looking at potential developments happening in, because this covers our downtown on that side of Grand River, which we have heard that people are interested in developing down there. So that's something that we're actively looking at, so keeping that well under the threshold was important to us too. Again, this would open up all of the room and allow for more voting booths and more workers and more tables to be set up to help with line management. I would also say that 9 and 10 has excellent parking too. Okay, and then precinct 17, this is an easy one. We want to go ahead and permanently move to Department of Public Works so that we don't have to worry about our temporary relocation for every single election. Every election that we relocate, we have to send a postcard out to voters letting them know that we're relocating out there. And so now those voters are really accustomed to just going out to Public Works. Why we moved it out there is it really makes sense if you look at the map. Those are Clinton County, or that's our Clinton County precinct. So they're out, that's where all of those people live, or out in Hawks Nest, things like that. So having something that's close to them and accessible turned out to work very well. Are there any questions about those changes so far?
I would just say that precincts 9 and 10 actually are currently divided in the middle of the neighborhood, and so this would eliminate that division.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it would, it would be a great addition to that. Okay, any other questions?
I guess the other thing too, and I can look at the maps, but if we have a sense of student housing within, I mean, I know we haven't done the campus ones, but the 9, 10, the downtown and Bailey ones.
So 9 and 10 are probably the ones with the most campus student housing. And we do get we do get some students that go there. And like I said, those aren't changing. That's our precinct, or those are our precincts that do definitely get the most because that is the Bailey neighborhood. And we also see 9 and 10 showing up to City Hall on Election Day a lot to do same-day voter registration, things like that too.
Yeah, I know. I just but we're consolidating it into one location instead of two.
Yeah, but we're not redrawing anything. It's just that it already shares a location. We're just making that precinct one.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So instead of 9 and 10, it would just be 9 or whatever the number is that we're going to do.
Okay.
Okay, so now I want to start talking about our campus precinct consolidation options. And I will say that before we met with MSU, I had one option in my mind that I thought would work best, and I did change my mind a little bit about this, and so I wanted to share 3 options, because like I said, we value the buy-in from you all as well. And I'm going to start with the first option, and that's combining 14 and 15 and leaving 12 at the Union. I guess I should start with as well, the IM building is going to be not in use anymore after 2026. So we just went on a site visit with MSU yesterday. We met with Sue Webster, and they let us know that there is still more time with the IM building. However, it is going away, and they're going to have their new recreation center, which is over in the back of Precinct 15 and also kind of near where 16 is right now. So keep that in mind, and that's really why we decided to work on this on the campus side as well, because that precinct that we use is going away. Okay, so combining 14 and 15, which is in the back, and I have maps that I'll show you as well, and leaving 12 at the Union. If we do combine 14 and 15, 14 is currently housed at the IM East, which is in the back of campus. And just as a note, we do have the WKAR building right next to, or right by Precinct 14 right now. And that IM building is used for early voting and the Election Day Vote Center. 13 and 14 share the IM building, so it can be pretty tough on Election Day with wayfinding signage and people going to the right location, things like that. And then now we have the early voting center, which we try to have people utilize as much as possible. So if we combine 14 and 15, we did do some site visits on Monday, like I said. We toured the new Student Recreation and Wellness Center, which is incredible, by the way, a huge asset for Michigan State. And that is going to be literally located right across the street from where Precinct 16 is. So we took that into consideration, and then leaving 12 at the Union. And I'll talk a little bit about Precinct 12 too. Option number 2 would be combining 12 and 15, and then leaving 14 at IM West, so 14 and 13 would still share a location, which makes sense for the residents of 14, and then taking a phased approach to the consolidation. So this would be a slower rolling approach to consolidating precincts on campus, and really getting to see the numbers and the impact of early voting and the Election Day Vote Center, things like that. If we did this, we would keep this precinct at the Student Union through 2026 and then reevaluate based on the numbers. 2026 is a huge election year for us, so being able to reevaluate based on numbers is important too. And then my last option, which was my first initial thought, is combining 12, 14, and 15. So if you look at the map that I have on the agenda item report, they do fall under the same county district lines. And that's something to note too, is that we're not crossing any county district or state lines, or state state lines at all. So just making sure that's noted, and that's the map that's highlighted. So if we combine 12, 14, and 15, we would potentially leave put all of those at the Student Union. Now, I will say my hesitation with that is that the Student Union, the room that we're in, is not ideal. So it is on the 3rd floor, which which is just not easy to find, and it's not as accessible either. So if we did combine 12, 14, and 15, then we would need to look at either moving it down a floor to that big ballroom area and work with Michigan State on that. Another option that would be ideal would be putting that at the STEM building, because that kind of falls right in the middle of 12, 15, and 14. And Michigan State is really interested in moving those. If we did do that, they're really interested in putting us at the new Student Recreation and Wellness Center. So that would be, again, right by Trowbridge Road and on Harrison. Okay, so this is a map, and this is just a zoomed in map of what is on the agenda item report. This is option 1, where we combine 14 and 15. And then on that far left corner where it says Trowbridge, right over there is where, and right across from the Breslin Center is where that proposed precinct would be relocated to. So this would catch all of this neighborhood, and then back here, if you can see my cursor, is where WKAR is, and over here by 3 is where current precinct 13 and 14 is located. So combining those. And then another thing, just as a note too, while we were looking at this, we did renumber all the precincts as well. So all of the campus precincts would be 1 through 5, and then all of the rest of the precincts would be 6 through 13, because it will make it much easier on delivery and things like communications, things like that. So just while you're looking at this, all the numbers are different too. Okay, option 2 would be consolidating the current precinct 12 and 15. So right now we're up at the Student Union up here, and then also right behind that at 15 is the IM West building. So again, IM West is closing up shop and moving to the new building, the Student Recreation and Wellness Center. So they're available to be used through 2026, and then after that, they'll be going away. So we kind of have to figure out a solution now of what to do. So if this is the case and we decided to consolidate just 12 and 15, my recommendation would be to stay at the student union and work with them to try to move down a floor.
And why do that instead of, I don't get why you would do that and not move to the wellness center?
The Wellness Center in this situation, because this is 12, where the number 2 is, that's all of 12, and then the Wellness Center is back here. So just for the purposes of, first of all, the Wellness Center is going to be brand new at that point. So I would say we use the student union that we have right now, and then see how that goes for 2026 or even just August. Let them roll out the Wellness Center and then see if that will work for upcoming elections. And I will say too, it's a lot easier and the timeline is different for changing precinct locations than it is consolidating precincts. So if for some reason we decided that didn't work, we could change a precinct location quicker than we could consolidate a precinct, if that makes sense. We're on a less strict of a deadline for that. That would leave 14 alone, and then 14 would stay at the same place as it is right now, which is IM East with 13. Okay, and then this is option number 3, like I said, combining 12, 15, and 13. And then we could either, again, same thing, we could either stay at the union, we could decide we want to use the IM West building for 2026 and then work with MSU to decide a better, more centralized location for those for the upcoming years. Or we could just decide to go all in and use the new Student Recreation Center for this. So this is a majority of our central campus, and in here we also have the ability to walk across Grand River to utilize City Hall for same-day voter registration. We'll have, obviously, the Hannah Community Center for early voting. We'll have the WKAR building for both the Election Day Vote Center and early voting as well. And in all of this, we have not touched this 4 area right here, which is current precinct 16. That's a largely residential area. So we have not, that will stay the same as well. And it has different county lines too. Okay, so our 2024 in-person voter turnout for campus, again, this was our highest, or our largest election that we've run to date in the city. And this is we went down and we figured out who actually voted in person in those precincts on election day. So precinct 12, which is the student union, had 167 election day voters. Precinct 14, which is at the IM West, or IM East building, sorry, had 196 election day voters. And precinct 15, which is at the IM West building, had 227 election day voters. It looks like Deputy Clerk has some numbers for early voting.
So I'll just jump in here with a few numbers. So for MSU early voting total, we had 2,931. Hannah Community Center early voting, we had 2,716. MSU Election Day Vote Center, we had 1,051. City Hall Election Day Vote Center, we had 697. AV, we had 7,208, and the total voter turnout was 18,860.
And so the number of people who actually voted in person at these precincts was really small.
Yes. Yep. So the actual number, yes, was pretty small at these precincts because the trend is that there are so many options for voting that people are not going to precincts, and that is why this has passed and why they're really utilizing either absentee voting or actually a lot of people here have utilized getting their absentee ballot and going in person and tabulating that at early voting, which I think is amazing. And then we have a lot of students that may have moved within the year and didn't update their address within that time frame, so they also can utilize the Election Day Vote Center too.
But those precincts also have the highest percentage of folks that are not registered or do not vote here.
That's correct.
Those are students.
Yes.
So while the numbers are smaller,
That's why the numbers at the election day vote center are higher, because
Correct.
those people are registering to vote at those
But
election day.
Still percentage-wise, like, that's the biggest mass of folks that may not be registered here. That's why the numbers are smaller.
I would say all of campus is the same, and I would say too, and that's because with our messaging and with just knowing students, things like that, MSU's messaging is I don't want to use the word pushing, but encouraging people to use that early voting site, encouraging people who are registering to go to that site. So really, the people that are voting in person on election day are people that got registered, know they have to go there, or went to these other places and were told you're already registered, you need to go to your polling location too. Are there any?
Did you explore, like, when you think of next year, a large election, are you looking at any satellite locations beyond the early vote center?
Yes, definitely. That's kind of like a part of this, is that we have already so many options for students that we're seeing that they're not going to their polling locations as much. So basically, being able to reduce the amount of polling locations will allow us to add more to those things that we know students are using or that we know residents are using.
So, but satellite locations are temporary locations where they could still register and vote same day. This is something we were exploring.
Yeah, that's what the election day vote center is, and so.
But that's only one location where
That's
you could
two
have
locations.
more.
That's two. We have City Hall,
City Hall
and
and
yes. And yeah, honestly, in my experience working for East Lansing, Amy as well, who worked in the satellite offices before, is those satellite offices, we did one that we placed at Brody Hall for a few elections, and then we did one year where we did a rotating satellite office, and that was Amy's kind of place that she worked at with the former clerk Marie Wicks, and that rotating satellite office rotated to different places for, I believe, 2 weeks, and I want to say at the end of that, they had about 5 voters, and then election day happened, and we had lines.
So they just became eligible. So what years did you do
No,
that?
If I can speak to the election or the satellite offices a little. So I worked in the satellite offices in 2021, 2020, or 2020, 2021, and 2022. Some of them were rotating depending on the year and what the election was. That was when people could come in, register to vote, and they would get an absentee ballot, vote it there, and then turn it back in. So early voting is different now, so you can come in, register to vote, because we offer voter registration there, and then they can tabulate their ballot right there. So that's a new concept, but we implemented the satellite offices with absentee ballots. So that's the difference between the two. Yep.
And there's only 5 in 2020 that went to that satellite?
No, that was the year that we did the rotating satellite office. There was
Oh.
very few, and I don't know that exact number off the top of my head, but Amy can attest to that. There was.
Yeah, I think depending on the year too. I mean, it was very minimal.
I'd
So
be interested to see those,
Yeah.
that data, because I got to tell you, going forward, especially with campus, students are the lowest propensity voters. And making it harder, and that means walking 20 minutes to the new student wellness center or whatever, or 30 minutes the other way, is only going to add barriers. And there's things we can do in this new law. I would love for us to become a national model in promoting access for students.
Yep, I completely agree with you. I think our office, that's something that's really important to us, obviously, as election administrators, is promoting access to voting, and I think that consolidating precincts is something that can really help us with the means and maximizing our resources to be able to explore the ways, since they're not using those precincts, how can we explore the ways that they are voting and expand on those too?
But we've never explored actually having a site right outside the dormitories. We've never executed that.
So that's something I feel like is maybe a different conversation than
I'm just saying, but it's within, we have to, I think it's a consideration when we talk about consolidating and locations where you're going to put precincts on election day. Because you can run satellites, what, is it 15 days or 9 days? Whatever.
9 days.
So that's early voting.
So it's part of the.
early
it's-
voting.
It's at least part of shaping my opinion.
Okay. And that's definitely something that we can explore further too.
Mark, did you have a comment?
Yeah, we have had precincts inside dorms previously?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
And we did bring that up when we talked to someone who works with MSU Police, and they're on the election security team that we work with. And so we talked to them just briefly about the option of putting them in dorms, and they did stress the fact that we don't have polling locations in schools anymore, and these polling locations are, if we put them in dorms, we're asking to put polling locations in people's homes. And so that's a huge security risk for them. And they did also, it's the same thing with Brody right now, is that room is probably our only room it's in a grotto. There's no security, and that's something that we'll definitely be working with Michigan State further. Again, something that is not part of this right now. But I think they expressed to us how it's a huge security concern to have a polling location in the dorm. So obviously we have to take that into consideration too, when it comes to just the way that our country is right now and the way that elections are. So that is something that we did talk to them yesterday about too.
Well,
just for options.
When they implemented the restrictions on campaigning in dorms, they were recognizing there was a safety issue within those dorms. Hopefully not from the politicians who are going door to door, but they recognize that issue exists. This is where they live, and now there was unrestricted access to those areas.
Right.
So I can understand why we no longer do that. But I just wanted to make it clear that we used to try to do that, to make it more easier. And I think the university has been somewhat of a barrier at various times to us, making it easier for students to vote. So working with them, as you've indicated, I think is a great thing. So if you're asking which one of these options that you presented for campus, I'm partial to number 3, frankly. So
Yeah, so am I. It seems like a no-brainer to me, but given the small number.
I think what's really important to us in the clerk's office is that while it sounds like consolidation is taking something away, it's really giving us the opportunity to look at these numbers and say, okay, only, a total of X amount of people showed up to these precincts. 590 total voters showed up to these 3 precincts on election day in 2024, the biggest election we've had to date, and voted. That's 49 people per hour. And looking at our total number of precincts, how can we combine that and say, all right, now what can we do moving forward to maximize, if they're not going to those precincts, where are they going to vote, and how can we meet them there to give them those options? Because I do agree with you that we need to figure out ways to meet them where they are with voting. And I think the satellite office and what was done in 2024 was a huge, it did set the tone for the state, and what they did there. So I think that's a great starting point, and that's our base at this point. And now what can we do going forward with that? So again, just talking about the impact on the clerk's office for this, we want to be able to maximize our resources and streamline our processes. What is big and important for Amy and I, Deputy Clerk Gordon and I, is being able to train our election inspectors so that on election day, with so many things being added to clerk's offices, we want to be able to have chairs and co-chairs and super chairs and people that we know are going into these precincts and have worked this election X amount of times. And so training is a huge thing. And the bigger that the more precincts that we have, the more election inspectors we have to have. And I would say that is a huge barrier to us in the clerk's office, any clerk's office, because we have to have a certain amount of each party represented at each polling location. And then for things like if you can't get somebody in that party and then you finally get someone and then the day before they drop out because they're sick, and now what do we do? So, and that is quite frankly, it's a huge issue across the state. Different clerks' offices, and I talk about, how do we get, the big number of your election inspectors that the party that we don't need and swap, because it is hard to get certain people. So, and then same-day voter registration is definitely a big impact on our office. So given our population of students and students moving around, things like that. We have to take into consideration same-day voter registration when we talk about our threshold numbers. So how many voters are registering to vote? That's why we've taken a smaller approach with consolidating. As you'll see, we didn't go close to 4,000 for any of those precincts because we really don't know with same-day voter registration what could happen in that area.
But you're reducing where they can actually same-day register.
No, this place, they can never same-day register at a precinct, ever.
Right, it's only the early voting center and City Hall.
It's only the election day vote center and City Hall. And-
Correct.
Yes. So we're not reducing, it will always be those two things.
But I'm just saying, like, that is the biggest burden, and that's the biggest possibility for growth, and we're not lending more access points for same-day registration.
So with this, with consolidating precincts, we may be able to add another place for people to go same-day voter register, or same-day register, because you can't same-day register at a precinct.
I understand that.
Yep.
So when are we gonna understand that piece?
So establishing an election day vote center has an entirely different deadline than consolidating
I understand that, but
precincts.
to me, it's part of the equation because of our campus community of how we address the consolidation.
I absolutely agree. I think that's something, though, that we would want to take more, or add more stakeholders. There's a lot more work with Michigan State to add into that as well. And honestly, I don't want to pigeonhole ourselves into something because that's something that could change for every election, too. So with that being said, it is our intention to add more same-day voter registration or abilities to do early voting or things like that, expand on that. Whether that's more days of early voting, that's something that we're definitely interested in. We have a 9-day minimum. They did 14 days last year. The clerk and deputy clerk worked 40 days straight in November. So that's something that we definitely take into consideration, whether we want to do for the whole month, early voting, Monday through Friday, but we have to have those locations and that ability to do that. So that is something that's also important and not something that we can really decide on right now because we don't have those locations available to us at this moment, especially while we're trying to establish our precincts too. And then the next thing on our item is just something as simple as equipment delivery. DPW, again, has been amazing with helping with elections. They've taken on all of our equipment delivery, but that doesn't include just election day equipment. They do early voting. So again, 2 early voting centers delivering and picking up our equipment. We have a huge amount of equipment, a huge amount of equipment, especially for those early voting centers. We had many ballot on demand systems last year, many tabulators, things like that. So keeping that in mind, they take on early voting, they take on our precinct delivery, absentee voter counting board, and election day vote center. And that's a cost to the clerk's office, DPW. That's overtime costs for workers, things like that. And then also an impact for end of night is fewer precincts will result in earlier results. And that is something that we do get a lot of pressure on, is making sure that we have earlier results in as early as possible. So again, at the end of the night, it can't be understated, our clerk's office staff, we are a staff of, we have 4 full-time people in our office, 1 part-time person, and 2 interns, and then 2 part-time people in our office, sorry, Christina. So at the end of the night, we are required to shut down early voting. So if we're shutting down early voting and we have multiple early voting centers happening, then we have to have multiple staff available to shut down those early voting centers. We also have all of our precincts shutting down, so we're getting calls at the end of the night. We have our AV counting board. We have our drop boxes that have to be checked and closed at 8 p.m. So these are all considerations to take in, or all things to take into consideration as well when consolidating precincts. Impact on voters, because that is something that is important. Farther travel to precincts, bottlenecks at the stations within the precinct, and first election cycle confusion. So with anything, our messaging is really important for us. We do get a lot of voters that like to go where they have always gone. So that is something that we take into consideration too, which is not something that we really have an issue with on our campus precincts because those voters do turn over year after year in those, that you don't find somebody really that's in the same dorm room that they were in the year before. So taking these into consideration, farther travel to precincts, we did have things in 2024 that we offered, such as Uber and Lyft codes. We had CATA bus rides. We worked with CATA and did free bus rides. We have lots of messaging. We also have 40 days of absentee ballots that are available, and we also have early voting. So those are also options too. So within those, 40 days, if you don't think that you're going to make it to the precinct, but you are at City Hall for whatever reason, you can stop in and get an absentee ballot. So those are more options as well. Bottlenecks at stations and precincts, again, us reducing the amount of precincts will allow us to maximize the amount of election inspectors working in a precinct on election day. And then we'll be able to have more stations, more voting booths, more space. So 9 and 10, we won't have one split down the middle. We'll be able to add the amount of voting booths. And then we can always work with dual EPBs, so running 2 EPBs at the same time. Communications plan. So this is extremely important to our office, and we know that this is not lost because we're the ones who are going to be answering these questions on election day. It's very important to be able to get this out. We would start off with an initial press release because any precinct that is going to be impacted, and for us, we would send voter ID cards to the entire city because it is required by law to send those voter ID cards if we do anything to those precincts, and that includes a temporary relocation. So for 17, we've been doing this for every election cycle. So we would send a press release out letting them know why they're getting a new voter ID card because that does create confusion. And then election day postcard, we are required by law to send out, or early voting postcard. So we're required by law to send out an early voting postcard, and we add a little bit more to that with their options for voting, QR codes, where they go to vote, things like that. So we'll obviously make sure to include that. Social media posts, again, something that we will work with MSU on. That's very important is our messaging through MSU Vote and the whole campus, anyone on campus, so all those groups. And then, again, like I said, voter ID card, we're required to send those out. This is also an incredible way for us to use those voter ID cards going out to clean up our voter rolls. So be able to notice who is going to, and those helps with our numbers too. Again, our clerk's office recommendation would be to combine 2 and 3 and then move them to this room at the Hannah Community Center. Combine 4 and 6 and move it to Eastminster Presbyterian. Combine 9 and 10, leave those at Edgewood and just, they would now be 1. And combine 12 and 15, and for these next 2 elections, move it the Student Union and try to get them to move it down a floor. And then that will give us time really to find a better location going forward. Because the Student Union is certainly not our ideal location, and I do feel that back at 15 in the back of campus is not necessarily an ideal location too, and that's also based on parking. Both of those locations don't have great parking either for those students who do have cars and who are within that area. And then we would like to renumber all of our precincts so that the campus precincts are 1 through 5 and all other precincts are 6 through 13.
Comments from staff or from council? Well, so what about this idea of option 3? Is there anybody else interested in option 3, which would result in 1 fewer precinct? I saw 2 people who are interested in that, but I'm not sure whether there's a third. So it sounds like there would be interest to.
I'm sorry, what?
It sounds like the Mayor Pro Tem was also interested in that option. If you want to holler, now's the time to holler.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think for us, a phased approach is better. So we hear Councilmember Singh's concerns, and I think that that's something we want to take into consideration. That's why we're here, right, is to hear those concerns and figure out what are our best steps moving forward. Like I said, we also met with MSU. So I think the initial concerns were how it could look politically. But then once we kind of talked about it, it's knowing that what else can we do now that we know that voters really aren't utilizing those precincts? How can we not reduce, but how can we combine those so that we can expand on all of the other ways that voters are voting and that we haven't really thought of or touched because we don't have the capacity, quite frankly, to be able to do that.
But that argument that you just made is for option 3.
Yes. So again, the only reason I hesitate with option 3 is because we don't really have an ideal location to move all of those into that centralized area. If we went with option 3, I could say that we could go with the student union and keep it in the room it's in, knowing that in the biggest election year that we've had to date, only 590 voters utilized that. That room would be big enough. However, it's on the 3rd floor. Parking at the union is still not great. So, again, we could go with option 3, combine all those precincts, leave them at the IM building for 2026, knowing that in 2026, November of next year will be the last election that we'll be able to utilize that building. So we do have to find another building after that. But now we know we have more numbers, more data. We know how big of a precinct we may need. We have 2 huge election years of numbers that we'll either find out how well those early voting sites and those election day vote centers are truly working, and we'll be able to say, this room that we're at is great, this location that we're at is great, and people are really utilizing those. And I think a big part of this is when we talk with students and we talk with MSU, it's so important for us to not have confusing messaging. So, and I would say all voters too. There's so many options that sometimes it becomes overwhelming for people. And so being able to work with student groups and saying, hey, we have the early voting center, we have the election day vote center. If you want to go vote early, you go here. If you need to register on election day, you go here. And they know they have 40 days to make a plan how to get to WKAR or City Hall at that time. But what we're hearing is we want more, and so the way to do that would be to combine our precincts and figure out how we can go above and beyond, because there's not using precincts as much. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'm sorry. So are you saying that you're not leaning to option 3 and you prefer another option?
I would say I'm here for buy-in about it, but if it were my option, just taking in everything that we heard from Michigan State and we are hearing here is to take that phased approach of combining 12 and 15, because we know 15 has to be dealt with. We know 12 is not an ideal location. 14 is really fine where it is right now, but being able to combine those and only have 13 at that one place would be ideal. I just want to really, as a clerk who stepped in here 4 months ago, be able to get through that first election cycle in 2026 with our combined precincts and then see where we can go from there too. And I think that's something we as staff agreed on too.
So you are suggesting, I'm sorry.
Mr. Whalen, you were next.
You're suggesting option 2?
I am suggesting option, or my ideal, I'm not necessarily suggesting it, but my ideal right now would be option 2, because I think that would, that makes the most sense.
So 2
to
has
us.
13 different precincts,
I'm sorry.
as compared to option 3 has 12.
Yes, yep.
I thought you started off with option 1 as your preference.
No.
No?
Can I jump in here too?
Yes.
So I think why Emily is recommending option 2 with just the 2 precincts, which might be causing some confusion instead of the 3 when we're talking about maximizing our resources, is because we still do not have an ideal location to combine all 3. So if we're combining all 3 and we're just putting them at a building that isn't even finished, quite frankly, and we've never been at, that is risky. We don't know that it's going to work in that area. So how Emily's stating it is, let's start with a phased approach and combine 2 at the union. Try to get in a different room at the union so that it's more accessible, and then move from there, see how 2026 goes, and then we can combine further or try to get out of the union and go to a different building. So I think that makes the most sense too for our office, is just combining 2 for right now and then seeing how that goes, maximizing our resources from there, and then figuring out if we can get another building on campus. Because I think we still do not have an ideal location.
Mr. Adams.
Well, I'm gonna go with what the clerk is, recommending. I have to say that But I do have some questions, because it sounds like MSU is the one that has indicated that if we do combine those 3 precincts on campus, that you're going to have to relocate into a new building we've not had any experience with.
I wouldn't say they are saying we're going to have to, but I will say the locations that are offered are very minimal as of now, and then also the locations within those buildings. So again, we're on the 3rd floor of the Union. We could absolutely combine those 3 and say we're staying at the Union on this 3rd floor, and we know that that location, that room is pretty big. It definitely could house that many people on election day, but 3rd floor accessibility, wayfinding, things like that, it's not an easy place to get to.
Okay, and then I do have a question about that, because I know you're on the 3rd floor, but in the past, we did use the ballroom. I mean, I know it's in the far past, that was prior to you being around, but the when I was first campaigning, the ballroom was used as a precinct location. And I don't understand why the university is opposed to that. Did it come up during this conversation?
It definitely came up. I wouldn't necessarily use the word opposed. It just,
I think that Michigan State is also on the same page that the Union is not the best location in terms of security, in terms of accessibility. So I think
parking.
I think that we're all on the same page that it's not the best location.
Okay, good. Good to know. Okay.
So again, with that in mind, I think a huge part of all things elections with Michigan State is finding the ideal locations, right? Obviously, sporting places are not the ideal for MSU. So unfortunately, those are the centrally located places. So figuring out how we're going to mitigate that. They have been in the STEM building before for early voting on a higher floor. So maybe the STEM building is more centrally located. It has the parking at the football stadium, things like that. It's working with them. So if we decided we wanted to consolidate precincts, all 3 of them, like I said before, figuring out a location, we have less of a tight timeline on doing that. So we could theoretically consolidate 3 precincts and say we're putting them at the Union, and then in the next, however many days before that deadline, or we could see how that goes for August and temporarily relocate for November, and then go off of that too. So we definitely have options as far as timelines for that. The important piece of this is consolidation, and how many we're going to consolidate, how many we're not going to consolidate, and just the understanding of once we consolidate, what are we going to do to expand upon that as well. And I will note too that Lansing has consolidated their precincts, and Meridian Township is going down from 22 to, I believe they're proposing 13 precincts. So, and I do think, as somebody who worked at Meridian, that community partnerships with MSU students is a huge part of this as well. And just, they are also part of those stakeholders. So that's something also with buy-in of MSU students and things like that too, that we want to be able to have that as well.
Mayor and city manager, did you talk to President Guskowitz about?
We did not. This issue did not come up.
Like,
Nope.
to ensure that we're collaborating at the highest level, if not higher, even with the trustees?
We could put it on the list.
If I may, the only conversation we had was to leverage the grant we had to secure the use of WKAR for same-day election on site, or to find a facility on campus that would be centrally located.
And that was prior, like a long time ago.
I'm sorry?
That was a long time ago.
No, that was at our meeting.
Oh, that came
we
up
had
recently.
on the 3rd, I think, of December.
But the other thing we did in that meeting was try to establish a channel of more frequent communication. So I think potentially this could come up.
I think that's why we're recommending a smaller consolidation for this upcoming year, is because we need more time probably to consider locations and quite frankly get the best location we can possibly get. I think that, an option 2 is not doing anything and we can just stay how we are right now. So I think that doing it in a smaller phased approach and then figuring out the best option on campus is what we're recommending.
Mr. Whalen, did you have?
I applaud so the value is limiting the barriers to people voting, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So that's our value. So I know that there's a lot of efforts in the last election, and still people didn't vote. So I think that's the communication. I think I just I appreciate your value in trying to make sure that is an issue that's addressed, regardless of. We just need to. There's a lot of those students are voting other places because of their parents or wherever. But I think that's a value that my fellow council member is sharing. So as long as you know that that is a high value, and I'm hearing that's a value from you also, I appreciate your options. I appreciate all that you've done to work on this. And so from what I hear, you're liking option 2 right now.
Yes.
And that seems reasonable as long as we continue the value of pursuing as many students as we can to be involved in democracy.
Yes, and if I can also too, council members saying, based on your point earlier too, I think one of the things as election administrators in East Lansing that we see is that precincts 12, 15, and 14 they cover a wide range of areas. And so the biggest issue is that a lot of these students, they want to go to 12, right? Because they're in the student union and they're there for the day and they're like, I'm going to go up and vote. Well, they can't vote there because that's not their precinct. And so they get turned away and then they have to figure it out based on that. And so, and the same with 15 and the same with 14. And so for us, being able to limit the amount of places where we can have that happen, and instead have less amount of places for confusion and more places where anyone can go on election day on campus, or really anyone in the city can go, and that includes faculty and things like that, is important to us too. Instead of having, I really see more precincts on campus as a barrier, because if they go to the wrong precinct, they may not want to go anywhere else after they've been turned away because they are not registered to vote in 12. And so having that in mind, I think having less campus or precincts and more options for that early voting or election day voter registration is very important too.
Yeah, I'll be sold if we
Yeah.
do that in our future. I'll be sold.
And trust me when I say that is
same day registration wherever they.
Yeah,
wherever
that's
we can do
something
that.
we very much value, because we have found, and Amy can attest to this, that they registered and how many people came through on election day in 2024, and we're done by 9:00 p.m. there.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's a huge thing that we value, and I think that just going off of what previous clerks have done and just continuing to build on that. So I think that what we did last year was groundbreaking, and I anticipate that we'll do the same thing in 2026. So.
And then some.
And that was another argument for option 3, but we're not going to do that because you need more time, which is fine.
Yeah.
Have a building for
And because they don't have a building for us. And then the other thing that I would like to see is consideration of rolling the current 1 into the current 16 at some point in the future.
Yeah, so that's a good question. And Mayor Altman, you did bring that up before this meeting, and I kind of had a thought about it, why that wasn't a consideration. And I think one thing we talked about with MSU, and in the interest of it being 11:32 and not dragging on forever, but one thing that we talked about with MSU yesterday and before this too, last week, was Precinct 1 at Brody is the absolute most less than ideal location that we have. It's in a grotto. There's no doors. There's no safety really to that. There's no parking. So anyone who goes and visits that precinct on election day, it's hard. And then something that's really important to us is voters can't be charged to vote on election day, and that includes charged parking. So finding how to work that. And so we did talk to MSU, and again, this doesn't fall under consolidation because it's a relocation. Back in the Flower Pot neighborhood too, that vote at University Reformed Church. But I foresee if we moved Brody over to the Kellogg Center, we would definitely have a much better situation over there. An actual room, And that includes things like our election equipment storage, things like that. So MSU was very receptive of that. They kind of honestly brought it up to us, which I thought was awesome because that's something that we've been thinking about for a while. And so that's something that we're looking at too. But I do agree with you that this is just a starting point, and being able to get those numbers and expand on that, or figure out where we're going to go from there, is important to us too.
Okay, any final thoughts on this? Okay, I think we've really
Can I say one last thing?
Yes,
too?
please.
Michigan State has been amazing with us. They have partnered with us well. We've met with them. So I anticipate in the future they will continue that partnership with us. And we met with them the other day. They were amazing. So I just want to put that out there, that they have worked with us and they're willing to find the right location for us. So I'm excited to work with them moving forward.
Absolutely second that.
Thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you.
And with that, we still have 29 minutes. Anybody want to talk about anything else? Is there a motion to adjourn? Moved by Meadows,
Second.
second by Singh. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all.